Thank you very much. Okay, welcome everybody. I'd like to officially call this meeting of council to order at exactly 5:30 p.m. And with that, we will move to our land acknowledgement. Councillor Schumacher, if you wouldn't mind reading it, please.
Not at all. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robertson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take action towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Councillor Schumacher. So with that, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. I have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the council meeting agenda dated March 25th, 2024 be adopted as printed and circulated. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none. Now we get to move to the most important part of our entire evening. And that is, for those who are watching us out there in the community, we have a group of unbelievably inspirational ladies joining us this evening, who are otherwise known as the Huntsville Sting U13 Black Hockey Team. And I do have a couple of notes because I don't want to mess it up. Because I know there will be people watching and they'll want to know why you're here. If everybody doesn't know already, because I know you've had parties all week and you well-deserved parties all week. The reason why the Sting U13 Black Team are here is because they are the Chevrolet Good Deeds Cup champions. And it's an amazing thing that they have achieved. The team competed in a Canada-wide challenge between hockey teams to complete the most good deeds in the community in a 6-week period. This team, along with their families, friends, and community supporters, documented over, and I find this really breathtaking when I say it, 2,500 good deeds between January 19th and March 3rd, and held the first place spot on the leaderboard for the entire contest. Was anybody even close to you? No. Right, exactly. A little bit of confidence there. That's great. That's great. The contest is run annually, and the winners are given $100,000 to donate to the charity of your choice. And the U13 Black Team chose a new charity in our town called Food for Kids Muskoka. The Food for Kids Weekends Without Hunger program provides 12 to 15 nutritious food items for children to take home over the weekend when they might not have access to enough food at home. Currently, the program is supporting 90 children in our local schools each and every week. The $100,000, as everybody watching can imagine, and the incredible exposure this charity has received and experienced due to this contest will have a huge impact on families in our area, and they totally need the support. So today, we're here to honor the Huntsville's Sting U13 Black. Amazing. So, before we go through the official, we have official things. We have, not just at your other parties, but we have official things too. We will be handing out certificates, but before we start that process, I would like to ask anyone from around the table if there is anything they'd like to add before we go into that. No pressure. No, I knew you, Councillor Morrison. I just knew.
Most of the parents with the Sting know that I talk a lot, but I'll keep this one brief just because I'm so proud and so inspired by this group of kids. I was talking to Avery and the crew here. Just found out they also won the championship on the weekend. which is a huge accomplishment. I was involved in Sting back when we had to combine two teams of different age groups just to put a team together, and we never competed for championships. But the grassroots of the program is with people like Sarah and Paul and the rest of the crew. It always centered on a family type atmosphere and growth and inspiring young ladies to do the best they can. For you guys to come here and do what you guys just did, I can't even believe it. You put us on the map. I was getting texts and emails from people all over Ontario saying, I just saw the Sting on Hockey Night in Canada. So I hope you guys, it's sunk in and you realize how big of a deal it is. I remember big moments in our town, like Dara Howell winning a gold medal and things like this. For me, this is like that. I'll never forget you guys winning this award on national TV. And I know that you picked an amazing cause because I'm fortunate enough to know Sarah Thatcher and Christy very well. But Sarah, when she wasn't doing all this stuff, she sat on a committee with Councillor Cloutier and I and was giving everything she could to help the town grow our community services. So you pick someone that also inspires people in this town. So that between all of you guys, this town's a better place. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Well done.
Yeah. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just wanted to share an experience with the team that I started my giving through hockey when I was about 7 years old. I was taught by members of our community that this is how you give back. And 50 years later, I'm still doing it. What I learned when I was 7 still is such a huge part of my life. So look forward to a life of giving because you're on the right path and that's what builds community. So fantastic.
That's so true. And when you look at all of we saw the video the other night of all of the different types of tasks that went on. And I understand, I think one of the first ones was actually at Food for Kids and filling up the backpacks. And what a memorable experience. And you have this for your life. This is who, I think I said it the other night, what you've achieved is, it's really what makes communities tick. It's who it'll become part of who you are. And it just is such a great way to live. So I am so inspired and thank you. Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you. I have a lot of contacts with you guys. My granddaughter is the goalie for the white team at the U13. So she's been involved a few years with the Sting program. Lots of friends with the Sting program. The Sting program is great. I've got lots of hockey background. I've seen organizations start and fail and stumble. And ever since I've been here, I've seen nothing but the Sting grow and grow and grow. And you're going to get bigger and better with professional women's league now. I had nieces and nephews that tried to go to the women's game in Ottawa on the weekend. It was sold out. So, you know, it's happening all over, and it's one of the best things that's happened for you girls. 3 granddaughters actually that play in the Sting program, and my son coaches. So the Sting program is great. You girls are fantastic for it and leaders for it, and hopefully you'll inspire all the other teams as you've done already in that program and keep it growing. Girls, go for it. Congratulations.
Okay, so I don't want to mess the next part up, but I think I am supposed to walk over there and then I will call out individual players who will receive their certificates. You have to walk over there. When we do that, I'm getting hopefully a nod. And then we have a second set of certificates that I will pass over there and we'll explain what they are after we've done the first. But at the end of it all, we want to get a number, of course, people around this table, we all like to have our pictures taken, but mostly we like to have our pictures taken with people who inspire us and people who we're proud of. So we all want to have our pictures taken with you. So you have to humor us and allow us to do that. Okay, and we'll figure out how we do that. I think we'll probably take them, anyway, we'll figure that one out. So, okay, so they need to come up here. Okay, we just had a bug in the system because we want to make sure that you will be seen on TV. So you have to walk up here and walk around this way. Okay, that's messing up my whole drill here. No, that's fine. That's good. All right, so I will start. Here we go. That's on the hat. That's the official seal of the town.
Thank you.
Annika McKay. Not here? Not here. Okay, we'll give it to one of you. Okay. All right. I like that. Avery Booschek. This is the officials. Briar Dewitt. Briar Dewitt. Briar, there we go. All right. Good job. Tally Commission.
Thank you so much.
You're most entirely welcome. Ella Taylor. It's good. It's good it's going back and forth. That's good. That's the officials. Everybody gets these.
Thank you.
Kaylin Doty. There we go. You gifted me those lovely flowers the other night. Wow, look at this.
Thank you.
Thank you. You continue to do good things. Right? That's so neat. Thank you very much. Oh my God, I'm so touched. This is, oh boy, I have to take a minute. Oh, thank you. That's, thank you. All right, Katie Warman. Lillian Smith. Michaela Goda? Goya. Goya. Goya.
The same.
Olivia Goida. Olivia McKinnon. All right, Olivia. Congrats.
Thank you.
Piper Heffernan. I can't believe almost everybody is here. This is so great. Rosa Roberts.
Thank you.
Sid Kerr. And Taylor Cowell. Okay, thank you. We got everybody, I hope? Yes, we did. Phew, that's lucky. So that's really lucky. Now, you can't leave yet because we have a second group of certificates that we are going to hand out before we do the photographs. So I'm turning it over to Deputy Mayor Armour. And are you doing all of them? Are you, or also Councillor Cluche, being helped by Councillor Cluche?
Well, let's start off with the head coach, Paul Goyette. Go, Paul. Great job. Good job. It's same to you. Awesome. Thank you. Need somebody. And without the assistant coach, Rob Kerr. Another assistant coach, Scott Dowdy. Yo, Scotty.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Good job.
Appreciate it.
Nice work, man.
Another assistant coach, Daniel Smith. Trainer, Stacy McKinnon. Manager, Sarah Roberts.
Unbelievable job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great job.
Not last but least, but Shara Grayman, manager.
Good job.
All right, thank you, thank you. And we'll give those to, I guess, all right, that's great. So at this point, we would like to get pictures. Okay, we do have the picture taker. And I think, okay,
All the girls go up with the mayor, just for girls.
okay, all right, that's good. Someone's taking charge. I like that. I like that, Councilor Morrison, because I'm a bit, it is girl power. I actually wore the chain tonight for this reason. It was special. I'm humbled, actually.
It's fine so much.
Is that good? I am truly humbled, everybody. You were amazing. So now we have to get a group shot with everybody. So why don't all of the counselors come in this way? Yeah. And then we'll do that. Yes. Or do we move? Oh, okay. And then we bring the coaches? Reva, do you think you'll be able to do it with? What if I go like this? I want to make sure.
Short guy on the left.
Some of you are pretty tall. I don't know. Maybe I'm drinking.
You're not.
Hockey!
Bob in the front row.
Go stay. Let me stand on my chair.
Excellent, thank you. That's great. You made my day. Yes. Okay. When do you want to do that now? So that we'll get council. So before, right, just to challenge council to, so Ms. Sarah, this Sarah, that Sarah, Food for Kids. I think all of council at some point would like to participate in filling some knapsacks. So, right, perfect. All right, so that's out there. Okay, good. I think that's it. So you don't have to stick around for the rest of it because after this, it goes pretty much, it's downhill from here. But I do want to say one thing. I'm so glad that you actually agreed to come in to allow us to hand out those certificates, but allow us to thank you publicly and do it on TV because what you did for your community was outstanding. Thank you.
Yeah, she can't hear.
So now that we've done that, we do have an invited presentation from Chris Lawless and Andrew James from the Ministry of Citizenship and Multiculturalism. This is one that was scheduled a while back and then we deferred to talk to council about the heritage conservation in Ontario, and they are coming to us through Zoom. So I think we'll wait till Dave. Oh, there's Andrew. Andrew, is that? Oh.
Chris should be joining, or he's connected,
Right.
but his video is, oh, there he is.
Okay, there he is. So welcome.
I'm having a little sound issues, so I'm going to mute myself while I sort it out.
Okay.
Sorry, we've been having technical problems all along.
Okay. Are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, I guess we're turning it over to you for your presentation.
Yeah. Now, is Jessica able to open the slide presentation and project it for you?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, she's probably working on that. We're getting a very large picture of you at the moment.
Okay, sorry. And I just shifted my position just as the picture got big.
Okay. She's working on it.
Okay.
All right.
Because we can run the slides from our end, but we find that it works better if the slides are run from your end. And
Okay.
we did email the PowerPoint presentation to Elizabeth, to Jessica and to Natalie.
Okay. Jessica's working on it right now.
Great. Looks like we've got slides.
Yes.
Fantastic.
And we'll hold off from asking questions until the end of your presentation.
Yes,
Okay.
we do actually ask that you do that. So thank you very much for for suggesting that in advance.
Okay.
So thank you very much. We're delighted to finally be able to make this presentation to your council. It's we've had a couple of attempts, and for one reason or other, things haven't worked. So we're very happy to be able to do it today. And we're going to be providing a presentation about working with the Ontario Heritage Act and specifically working with some of the recent changes to the Ontario Heritage Act that have come about as a consequence of broader changes in provincial policy and legislation. So if you want to go to the next slide, please. We always start with our own land acknowledgement. You may have done one at the start of your council meeting, but we always start with one for the province as a whole, and that is that this presentation has been prepared and presented within the lands that are known today as Ontario, the home and traditional land of diverse Indigenous peoples. The people of these communities have lived, fished, hunted, and traded throughout these lands for generations and continue to do so today. They have a deep connection to the lands within their traditional territory. This includes cultural heritage, spiritual and sacred sites, artifacts and archaeological sites, built heritage and cultural heritage landscapes. It also includes care and protection for the ancestors and their resting places. So with that, please go to the next slide. So my name is Andrew Jeans, and with me is Chris Lawless. We're going to be alternating slides. So I give the introduction, but I'll be handing it over to Chris quite shortly. And we are with the Heritage Policy and Services Unit at the Ministry of Citizenship and Multiculturalism. Our unit is kind of a multi-purpose unit within government. We both are responsible for designing and developing policy and legislation and regulations that relate to the Ontario Heritage Act. And we also provide technical and advisory services to partners and stakeholders in the heritage sector. And that includes municipal staff, municipal councils, municipal heritage committees, and a variety of local, provincial, and even national heritage organizations. So we have a pretty broad scope of work, but much of what we do and what we have been doing in the last couple of years really comes down to providing education about the changes that we had been asked to make on behalf of the government in the interest of advancing the housing agenda, which has been such a big focus for the government over the last few years. Next slide, please. So we're going to begin with a quick summary about what we're talking about when we talk about heritage, what it is, why it's important, why we should conserve it. We're then going to talk about the role and function of municipal heritage committees, which is a key piece of how municipalities work with the Ontario Heritage Act. And then we're going to conclude with an overview of the recent changes to the Ontario Heritage Act, specifically the changes that came in 2 years ago under Bill 23, which encompass a wide variety of different municipal powers under the Act. So these changes may well have already, or you should have already been affected by some of them. And certainly all of them would affect any future work that you do in terms of working with the Ontario Heritage Act. I want to give a disclaimer before we go any further to say that neither Chris nor I is a lawyer. Even if we were lawyers, we're not allowed to give legal advice as provincial government employees to anyone. That the presentation that we're giving today is not intended to take the place of legal advice. If there's any conflict between what you see in our slides or what you hear us say and any applicable legislation or regulations, including the Ontario Heritage Act and its regulations, the language that's in the law or the regulations would prevail. If there is any confusion about matters of law or any question that you have as counsel about how to specifically deal with legal interpretation, we always recommend going to your own municipal legal services for that advice, because they are that's their responsibility. So we're talking about it from sort of a practical nuts and bolts point of view, but as far as like formal legal advice, always consult with your own lawyers. Having said that, I will now hand it over to Chris to talk about what heritage is and why it's important.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. And next slide. So when we're talking about heritage, some people think, you hear heritage property and they just think a 100-year-old house. But actually, when we're talking about the Ontario Heritage Act and the types of properties that we can protect when we decide something is of cultural heritage value or interest, is much broader than that. So properties that can be protected under the OHA include archaeological sites, cemeteries, industrial buildings, industrial sites, as well as pieces of infrastructure like bridges, railway stations, streetscapes, landscapes, as well as entire districts. So heritage conservation districts, which are made up of several buildings. Next slide, please. There's many benefits that come with protecting what we consider important in our communities with the Ontario Heritage Act, either through designating individual properties or designating districts. So they create educational opportunities at museums, historic sites. They can also help establish their public access to archaeological records or archives. They can enhance a sense of place by encouraging restoration, providing tax rebates to properties, driving economic development through tourism, as well as providing locations for filming. And it's just a sustainable. At the heart of it, it's sustainable by just retaining what's already there and restoring what's already there, then demolishing, creating landfill, and building new. So that is what's heritage and the benefits of it. And we're going to switch over to municipal heritage committees and their roles and responsibilities. I'm going to pass it back to Andrew now.
Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So municipal heritage committees have been around since the Ontario Heritage Act was first brought into force in 1975. All municipal heritage committees are established by council passing a bylaw under section 28.1 of the Act. At present, 154 municipalities out of a total of 414 across the province have passed a bylaw and established a municipal heritage committee. That number may not seem overwhelming, but the vast majority of municipalities of any considerable population, really any municipality of about 5,000-6,000 people and up, is likely to have a municipal heritage committee. Many of the municipalities, most of the municipalities that don't have committees are quite small. Quite a few of them are in Northern Ontario, north even of Muskoka, and they just simply have low capacity for dealing with matters under the Ontario Heritage Act. They may have low ability to attract volunteers, and for that reason, they have not appointed a committee. There are some exceptions to that. There are, of course, some municipal heritage committees in Northern Ontario, and there are some communities, some municipalities in Southern, Western, Eastern, Central Ontario that are larger and for one reason or another don't currently have a committee, but they really are very much the exception. So having passed the bylaw to establish the committee, council would then be responsible for appointing the members of that committee, determining terms of reference, and providing resources to support it in doing its work. Next slide, please. So the role of a municipal heritage committee is defined in the language of the Act itself. It has a statutory role to give advice to council on specific matters relating to council's authority under the Ontario Heritage Act. The Act is very clear that municipal council is the decision-making authority for a broad range of powers. This includes designation of individual properties as being of cultural heritage value or interest. That's under Part 4 of the Act. Council can also designate areas containing multiple properties as heritage conservation districts. That falls under Part 5. Once a property has been designated by bylaw, council has the authority to approve or refuse approval for alterations to the identified heritage attributes of that designated property. It also has the authority to approve or refuse to approve demolition or removal of a building or structure on the designated property. It can amend or repeal a designation bylaw at any time, either of its own initiative or at the request of a property owner. It can also add or remove non-designated properties from the municipal register, and we're going to be talking a fair bit about that. A lesser used but still significant power is entering into easements or covenants. So this is more like a contractual relationship in that it requires two willing parties to enter into an easement or a covenant. The property owner and the easement holder, which typically would be the municipality, both have to agree to the terms of it. This is different from a designation bylaw, which only requires council's authority to pass, doesn't require the consent of a property owner. So the Municipal Heritage Committee, I apologize for my dogs, if you can hear them, but the Municipal Heritage Committee, under the Act, must give its advice to council before council makes a decision on any of those matters that I've listed so far. It may also advise council on other heritage matters, and it may perform other functions and fill other responsibilities. In some municipalities, jobs like surveying properties to determine whether they have heritage value, creating inventories of properties to be potentially designated, doing research into their heritage value, may be done by staff, or it may be done by an outside hired consultant. But in quite a few municipalities, that role falls to the volunteer members of the Municipal Heritage Committee to do that work and to support council through that active work. So it's not just about advice. There's also some legwork involved there. Council may also charge the Municipal Heritage Committee with engaging the community and doing liaison with the community. This can include things like public information sessions. It may include awards ceremonies or plaquing ceremonies. It may include a variety of activities, newsletters or brochures that provide information and educate the public about what the Ontario Heritage Act is, what a designated heritage property is, what it means. Council may also seek advice from the Municipal Heritage Committee on municipal planning matters falling under the Planning Act, such as official plan policies that have to do with conserving heritage resources. So that's a function that council can include in the role of the committee. And also the committee really has a broad responsibility to keep council informed about what's going on with heritage, about anything significant that's happening at the provincial level, sometimes at the national level. And certainly if there's any concerns arising in the local community from ordinary citizens, property owners about heritage, the Municipal Heritage Committee has a responsibility to pass that information on to council as part of its advisory role. And council may assign other duties, but I've gone over quite a lot of what they may be, so we'll move on to the next slide and talk about the terms of reference. This is the rules of the road. Once you've appointed a committee, you have to tell it how it's going to do its work. So we've talked about what the committee does. This is the rules for how it does it. And in terms of reference for a committee is generally developed by staff with the input of the committee, may include the input of members of council. It must be approved by council, and it should include a mission statement which says what the committee is for, what it does. And this obviously should refer back to the statutory role, but also in a broader sense to the mission of the committee to advise council on all heritage matters. The mandate of the committee, as set out in section 28.1 of the Act, municipal policies of conflict of interest and procedure. This is very important. Sometimes, as you know, people will have a pecuniary interest, a specific financial interest in a property that comes up for discussion. And it would be incumbent on the member of a municipal heritage committee, just as it would be incumbent on a municipal councillor or a member of staff, to recuse themselves from any discussion or advice that might affect their specific financial interests in relation to a property. And procedural matters are just following the rules of meetings and how motions are introduced, things like that. Resources can include money, yes. Like some committees have a budget in order to perform their functions, especially if those functions include things like creating plaques or creating brochures or publications of any kind. Anything that would require expenditure, that would have to be in a budget that would be developed and approved by council. And resources can also mean staff support. It can mean providing a member of staff to attend the meetings and act as a liaison, to record minutes. And it can also mean just providing a meeting space, a room in the municipal building where the committee meets, or in these times, providing support for online meetings through IT resources. So that's sort of what resources are. Powers is really a misnomer. Committees, as I think I've made clear, don't actually have any specific powers. The power under the Act is all vested in council, but the committee does clearly have, as I said before, a legal requirement to be consulted when council is exercising its powers. Size and potential membership. The minimum size required for a committee in the Act is five people, but you can certainly have a larger membership than that. Most of the members we would expect are going to be members of the community, citizens who volunteered to sit on the committee, but some members of the committee may also be members of council who've been appointed or who've been chosen by council to represent council on the committee. You may choose to have specific appointees representing things like a Chamber of Commerce or a business improvement area, or local organizations. You may choose to have a specific member who is a youth member. Some committees do that. So there are a variety of different considerations to apply when thinking about who you want to be members of your committee, and how many members you want. It does happen sometimes that committee members can't serve the entire term of their appointment and have to resign, and then there's a vacancy, and you have to have a process for filling that vacancy, and recruiting new members to make sure that your membership remains fresh and energetic. So recruiting new members, filling vacancies is also an important part of the terms of reference. Communication process, also very important. If a member of the media contacts somebody on the Heritage Committee and wants a quote in relation to a story, what happens? Does the committee member speak on their own behalf? Do they refer it to the chair of the committee? Do they refer it to staff? That's something that you can define in the terms of references to say what happens in that case. As well as other kinds of communication, not necessarily just to media, but also even to the general public. The evaluation format that the committee uses to determine whether properties have cultural heritage value can be set out in the terms of reference, and the reporting relationship to council. Many committees report directly to council. Some committees report through another committee of council, like a planning committee, which is made up entirely of members of council. Does the recommendation of a committee go up separately from the staff recommendation, or is it incorporated into a staff report? These are the things that would be considered in the reporting relationship part of the terms of reference. So that's quite a lot of stuff already, and I've now exhausted discussion of municipal heritage committees, so I'm going to pass it back to Chris.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So as Andrew mentioned, in addition to the statutory roles of MHC members, you might be called upon to help evaluate properties that are being considered for addition to the register, either as a non-designated property or as for designation. So that involves doing research as well as site visits, and you combine your findings from both of those phases, and then you run your findings through Ontario Regulation 906, which is the criteria for determining cultural heritage value or interest. And that's going to come up a couple more times as we move through this presentation. Next slide, please. So the research component involves primary research, so going into the archives, local archives, looking at land records, property assessment rolls, census records, directories, historic fire insurance mapping, aerial photographs, newspaper articles, and in combination with any local history, sort of secondary sources, historic sources, books that may have been written on certain properties or towns or the town itself, to sort of build an idea about what might be important for the property. Next slide, please. So the next part is going to the site and seeing if your findings are accurate for what's actually on site, evaluating whether or not there's been any alterations to the building that weren't recorded, seeing what original features might still be present. And for these purposes, you would just take some photographs. It's pretty rare that you would do any measurements unless there's something, something's really not connecting with the research that was done previously. And the idea is that you combine this to make a sort of a very full understanding of the property's history and cultural value, and then ultimately make a determination as to whether or not it's important enough to be listed as a non-designated property, or if you maybe want to move forward with full designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. So that concludes the roles and responsibilities of the Municipal Heritage Committee. We're going to now move forward into the recent changes from 2 years ago that were part of Bill 23. And Andrew's going to take over from here.
Yeah, thanks. So, as I said earlier, the Act came into force in 1975, and for the next 30 years, it remained pretty stable. It gave municipalities the ability to designate properties. It gave municipalities the ability to create heritage conservation districts. It gave council the ability to approve or refuse approval for alterations to those designated heritage properties. It did not, for those first 30 years, it did not give council the ability to say no to demolition outright. What it did was introduce a delaying provision, which would give the opportunity for negotiation with a property owner who wanted to demolish a building that was of cultural heritage value, to see if some alternative resolution could be sought. That changed in 2005. Major amendments to the Act in 2005 introduced an absolute power on the part of council to approve or refuse approval of demolition. And so that was a big change. Council decisions on all of these matters are appealable. It used to be the Ontario Municipal Board, now it's the Ontario Land Tribunal. But there is an avenue of appeal for property owners for council decisions. But nonetheless, council does have the authority to make those decisions. And once council has taken certain actions, such as serving notice on a property owner that they're going to or that they have an intention to designate their property, then that immediately means that the owner cannot obtain a permit under the Building Code Act for construction, demolition, etc. So it's a big power. And there were a number of other important changes. In 2006, the ability to list individual properties on the Municipal Heritage Register was added, that were not designated properties, but were simply called listed properties. They weren't protected from demolition outright. They weren't protected from alteration at all. But they did have a requirement, an onus on the property owner to give 60 days notice in writing to council before moving forward with the demolition. That 60 days being considered enough time for council to decide whether it wanted to designate the property, in fact, or not. So that all stayed pretty constant from 2005, 2006 until about 2019. And we saw a couple of major legislative changes happen in relatively short order, starting in 2019 and proceeding through into 2022. And these related to the policy direction on the part of the government that said, we need to house Ontarians. We need to make sure that people who live in this province have adequate housing. And there was a perception that excessive delays or procedural obstacles, including planning delays and including heritage delays, would stand in the way of building housing. So first Bill 108, then Bill 23, the More Homes Built Faster Act, introduced changes to the Ontario Heritage Act with the goal of ensuring that cities and towns and rural communities could grow and could provide a mix of both ownership and rental housing types to meet the needs of all Ontarians. That was the motive behind these changes. And they were intended to help remove these perceived barriers to housing development and to update the process by which heritage properties are identified by municipalities and how they're conserved, but to continue to give municipalities the ability to conserve those key heritage properties that matter most to communities. So the changes included changes to how properties are listed, and what happens to those properties once they are included as listed properties on the municipal register. Changes around the timing and restrictions on when a municipality can issue a notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Increasing the threshold for determining whether a property has enough cultural heritage value to designate, and also changes to the process by which municipalities create and manage heritage conservation districts. Next slide, please. With municipal heritage registers, there was a concern about lack of transparency and property owners not necessarily knowing whether their property was on the register or not. The Act always did require, since 2006, that anyone, property owner or non-property owner, any citizen, could ask the municipality for an extract from the register, and the municipality would provide that, which would say, certain properties are included. This is the list of those properties, and it wouldn't be the whole register, but it could be a part of it. Many municipalities chose, of their own volition, to make their entire register available to the public, often by putting it on their website, sometimes with mapping connected to a municipal geographic information system. Sometimes it was simply a text-based list that simply provided the addresses and names of properties and perhaps a brief blurb about why they had been included as listed properties. Sometimes links, if they were designated, the designation bylaw might be linked within the list. But it was all voluntary on the part of municipalities. That changed with Bill 23. Now municipalities are required to make up-to-date versions of their municipal registers available on their website, and that's been true since last July 1st. All Ontario municipalities that have even a single designated heritage property must make that information available on their website. A little over half of Ontario municipalities do have at least one heritage property designated. They may not have any listed ones, but they have at least one designated one. These numbers are now out of date, but last time we did a survey, over half, 56%, did have their register accessible on their website, and 7% of those needed to update their registers to include non-designated properties. What we would now expect, what the law says is if you don't have any designated heritage properties or listed heritage properties at all in your municipality, and you might not, you don't need to have a register, and that's fine. But if you have any designated properties, if you have any listed properties, they must be made, that information must be made available on the municipal website without exception. We're working with municipalities that haven't got there yet to help them to see what the obstacles are and help ensure that they do get that information available, and that anyone can then find out which properties in the municipality have been identified as having heritage value. Next slide. Another concern was that property owners could be taken by surprise, that a property owner might apply for planning approval, a zoning bylaw amendment, or even an official plan amendment, or perhaps they wanted to do a plan of subdivision on a larger parcel of property. And after having submitted their application under the Planning Act, all of a sudden, without any warning, they find that they're facing a notice of intention to designate that property as a heritage property. So this was perceived as an obstacle and impeding the creation of new housing. We don't have any numbers to indicate how often this actually happened, but as I say, there was a perception that this was a problem, and the act was changed to eliminate that problem. So now, if a prescribed event occurs under the Planning Act, and the prescribed events are complete application for a zoning bylaw amendment, complete application for an official plan amendment, and complete application for a plan of subdivision. If any one of those three has been submitted to the municipality, it starts a 90-day clock ticking. The council then has those 90 days to decide whether or not it wants to serve notice of intention to designate the property. If the property is subject to one of those prescribed events, it must also be on the municipal register in order for the notice of intention to designate to be served. If it's not on the register already, then you can't serve notice of intention to designate. If it is on the register as a listed property, but not as a designated property, you can serve notice of intention to designate. You just have to do it within 90 days. That timeline can be extended by mutual agreement between the property owner and the municipality. So if the property owner is amenable and council simply needs more time, that can be made to happen. That's provided for in the act. But if the property owner is not willing to consider an extension and the 90 days expires and the municipality hasn't served a notice of intention to designate, then it can't. The planning application would have to be completely disposed of, and any matters that were subject to approval of under that planning application would have to be essentially done before it would be possible to again consider taking any action on that property under the Ontario Heritage Act. So it's meant to give a certainty to property owners who have done those Planning Act applications that they're not going to face a surprise notice from the municipality that in fact they can't proceed because of a Heritage Act consideration. So having talked about that, I'm now going to pass it back to Chris.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So another change that came about as part of Bill 23 in relation to non-designated properties is that property owners, owners of properties have been listed as non-designated properties to the register are now able to object to the inclusion of that property on the register regardless of when it was added. So it's important to note that consultation as council members, you need to consult with the MHC before removing properties from the register, and that council's decision on objections to inclusions of a non-designated property to the register cannot be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Next slide, please. A further change to non-designated properties is the new application of Ontario Reg 906. So that is the standards or the criteria for determining cultural heritage value or interest. These are now being applied to non-designated properties. So in order to add a non-designated property to your register, the property needs to meet one or more of the criteria in Reg 906. Whereas before Bill 23, this wasn't a requirement. And the intent of this is to increase transparency as to why properties have been included on the register and create a standardized basis for adding them to the register. Next slide, please. So this is Regulation 906. These are the 9 criteria that you would use for determining whether or not you want to list or designate a property. And in general, they fall into themes of design value, historical value, and contextual value. So for listed property, it needs to meet at least one of these. It can meet more, but it just has to meet one in order to be added to the register. Next slide, please. This is the big one that came about, a big change that came about as part of Bill 23 is the active management of the register. So before the Bill 23, listed properties could remain on the register indefinitely. Now there is a 2-year period that they can stay on the register, and unless council moves to designate that property in the 2-year period, if it does not, the property needs to be removed from the register and cannot be added back, can't be relisted as a non-designated property for a period of 5 years. So this new time limit, the intention is to encourage active management of the register because there was a perception that thousands of property, it would just be a collection of properties that would sit there forever without ever becoming designated. So 2 years. So if properties were on the register at the start when Bill 23 was passed, the 2-year clock's ticking for the existing ones. Any new properties that have been listed as non-designated, the 2-year time period begins from when they're added to the register. Next slide, please. So in addition to increasing the threshold for adding non-designated properties to the register, the threshold for designating individual properties under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act has been raised from one requiring at least one of the criteria of Ontario Regulation 906 to 2. So if you want to designate, you have to prove that the property has meets one of the 2 standards or 2 criteria in Reg 906 for cultural heritage value or interest. And now we're going to talk about Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, which covers heritage conservation districts. I'm going to pass it back to Andrew, and once we finish this section, we'll open it up to questions.
Thanks, and thank you for getting through. I realize there's a lot of information that we're throwing at you. Um, so we certainly hope that you have questions. We also are more than happy to follow up at some point in the future through emails, phone calls, or further consultation if you have any questions about anything we've talked about that you don't think of today. So when it comes to heritage conservation districts, again, this is a power that has existed in the Act since the very beginning. When the Act came into force, heritage conservation districts were already there as a power. The first heritage conservation district wasn't actually established in Ontario until 1982. So it took a little while before although municipalities right from the get-go in 1975 started passing designation bylaws, it took a while before they started to get comfortable with creating heritage conservation districts. And even then, the process of creating heritage conservation districts was a bit time-consuming, and it wasn't as widely applied around the province as just individual designation bylaws. That said, as of 2024, 54 Ontario municipalities do have at least one heritage conservation district, and approximately 24,000 properties total are included in a heritage conservation district. There are currently 136 districts around the province. 34 municipalities have one. The remaining 20 have more than one. Toronto has 18, and Ottawa is currently the champ with 22 heritage conservation districts. Toronto and Ottawa are the only two municipalities that have more than 10, but there are a number of other municipalities that do have 2, 3, 4, and they may be quite small. There are a few heritage conservation districts that really are just a handful of properties. And then there are some districts that are made up of hundreds, but the average number of all districts is 165 properties. So there are plenty of outliers, but on average, that's about how many properties you would find in a typical heritage conservation district. And heritage conservation districts can be of a wide variety of types. There are residential heritage conservation districts, which are mostly made up of housing, places where people live. There are primarily commercial heritage conservation districts. A lot of main streets in smaller towns have been designated as heritage conservation districts because they retain that traditional Main Street retail storefront environment that is seen not just as having value from a financial point of view, but in fact having value in terms of creating sense of place. There are a few industrial heritage conservation districts, and there are even some rural heritage conservation districts that are primarily agricultural or farmland or light industries that are related to rural uses, such as mills. That are incorporated into districts. So there's a wide variety. Up until Bill 23, you had to determine what the overall cultural heritage value was of your heritage conservation district, and that had to be included in your bylaw and in your heritage conservation district plan. But there were no specific requirements on individual properties within the district to specifically meet criteria under Ontario Regulation 906 or any other criteria. So it was really up to municipalities to determine how they were including properties in their district. And municipalities did so in a variety of different ways, but Bill 23 has attempted to make that more consistent from one municipality to the next about how you determine whether a property is included in a heritage conservation district by applying criteria under Regulation 906. So The requirement now is that at least 1/4, 25% of the properties in a heritage conservation district must meet 2 or more of the 9 criteria for cultural heritage value or interest in the regulation. I'll talk more about that in a sec on the next slide. But I wanted to say that a concern that a number of municipalities have expressed is that the Act is silent on what to do if you want to repeal a heritage conservation district, or what to do if you want to amend the bylaw for a heritage conservation district. There's never been a heritage conservation district bylaw repealed. There's of the 136 heritage conservation districts that have been created since 1982, there's not a single heritage conservation district that has been eliminated. But giving councils the ability to do that was still something that was desirable, and especially amending. There is a strong desire, and many municipalities have, in fact, updated their heritage conservation districts to reflect changes within the district that have happened over time, to reflect changes in what's considered to be good heritage conservation practice, to reflect new requirements for the municipality. So being able to update and amend your heritage conservation district was also something that we had a lot of requests for. So Bill 23 provided for the ability to create a regulation. This would be done through cabinet. Doesn't need to go to the legislature, but it would create a regulation that would prescribe how municipalities can amend or repeal heritage conservation district bylaws and heritage conservation district plans. That isn't yet enforced. The regulation hasn't yet been developed, and we don't currently have a timeline for when it's going to come into force. It's something that's being worked on, but it hasn't happened yet. So we do get a lot of questions about that, about when it's coming, and unfortunately, we can't give a firm time other than it will happen eventually, and certainly hope that it will happen, in a timely way for those municipalities that do want to amend their heritage conservation district bylaws. Next slide, please. So the 25% threshold, this is, as I say, new, and it seems sometimes a little bit an intimidating thing. How do you make it work? We have found that it's really not as hard as it necessarily may seem at first to ensure that 25% of properties within the district meet 2 or more of the criteria. So here we have a representative example. Let's say a proposed heritage conservation district includes exactly 100 properties. Of those, 70 properties can be shown to have design value. Why? Because they're representative examples of a specific local variation of late 19th century arts and crafts bungalow design. So that's an architectural style that these 70 properties all represent that specific style in a reasonably good way. So they all, by meeting that style, meet one of the criteria. In fact, it's criterion 1. Also, taking a look at the properties in the district, 85 out of the 100, let's say, have contextual value. Why? Because they define, maintain, or support the character of the district. This is criterion number 7, which is also known as contributing. In general, you would expect most properties within the boundary of a heritage conservation district to meet this criterion, to contribute to the overall cultural heritage value of the district. Otherwise, why would they be included? There are exceptions. There are times when it makes sense to include a property that doesn't contribute, just because it makes the boundary more logical, or because, for instance, it's a vacant lot on a commercial street front that just happens to be what we call a missing tooth. The building that was there has been lost to fire or lost to some other reason. Eventually, somebody's going to build something new there, and when they do, it's desirable that the new construction follow the design guidelines in the Heritage Conservation District Plan, so it supports the overall value. So even if there's nothing there, even if it's currently a parking lot or just a a vacant patch of gravel, it may make sense to include it in the district, even though at this time it's not contributing. Another example would be a property that is even has individual cultural heritage value in its own right, but isn't necessarily consistent with the overall cultural heritage value of the district. So in this 19th century arts and crafts bungalow, perhaps you have a mid-century modern house that was built in 1960 and is architecturally very interesting, but doesn't fit with the character of the overall district. It can still be included in the district. You don't need to draw a circle around it and exclude it. It can be included, but as a non-contributing property. So the same design guidelines that would apply to its neighboring properties don't apply to it, and that's part of the nuance of developing a district. So anyway, so coming back to this, we've established that, let's say 85% of properties in the district contribute to the character of the district. 70 have design value. 15 are non-contributing. So they're those vacant lots, those missing teeth, those properties with buildings that just don't fit, but they're in there. However, what you've shown is that you've got 70%, 7 out of 10 of all the properties in this hypothetical district meet 2 or more criteria. So you've far exceeded the 25% threshold. And this is, in fact, a real example. This is in the town of Oakville, where they did have a residential district with this specific arts and crafts style. And they picked the ones that were best exemplars of that architectural style as being the representative ones. And they found that that was 70% of them. And then they found that they had the 85% that had the contextual value, and they were far in excess. So the 25% is in fact not that high a bar. In many cases, municipalities will easily exceed it. And what we generally would recommend is if you're creating a new heritage conservation district, first go through your contextual value for properties until you've crossed the 25% threshold. Find out how many properties are contributing, and you've already met one criterion for that. Then do a second screening for some other value, and it won't be that much more work than it would have been for creating a district before Bill 23. So that's that. Next slide, please. You've already seen Regulation 906 for individual properties. I'm not going to go through each of the criteria. They're mostly the same for districts. The big differences are in criteria 7, 8, and 9, which are the contextual value. Those have different language for a district than they do for individual properties, because they specifically talk about supporting the character of the district, or having a visual or functional or historical link to each other, to other properties also in the district, and that their contextual value, if they're landmarks, then surrounding properties also have contextual value because they are planned around a landmark or defined by that landmark. And an example of that would be, for instance, a church, an important church that has other properties associated with it. Perhaps there's a cemetery, perhaps there's a presbytery, a priest's house. Perhaps there are caretakers' buildings or other buildings, a school, that are associated with that and defined by their relationship to that. So that's the idea of having contextual value by being defined or planned or being themselves a landmark. So maybe a little bit difficult to sort of visualize, but there are actually some good examples around Ontario of situations where that exact kind of contextual value happens. And landmarks, I think we sort of understand in a visual sense what a landmark is. So that one can actually be one of the relatively easier heritage values to communicate to people is to say, that clock tower, that church steeple, that prominent, very old tree is a landmark, and we have chosen to define the relationship of its surroundings as being important. So that's Regulation 906 as it applies to districts, and that is the end of our presentation. Again, I know it's a lot, but we're happy to entertain questions right now, and we're also happy to entertain your questions after today if you want to, through staff or directly, to get in touch with Chris or myself. We're happy to do that, but we'll also be happy to answer your questions right now.
Chris, Andrew, thank you so much for your presentation. And you're absolutely right. It's a lot of information and very important information for us to digest all at once. So there could very well be questions after. And I just wanted to let you know that right after yours, we do have a delegation from Huntsville's local, Huntsville and Area Local Historical Society. So it's kind of, this is our day for that. And you might be interested in hearing their deputation as well. Having said that, I will ask council if there are questions. I know that we actually did have a heritage committee at one point. I'm looking at one of our councillors who I think chaired that committee. And so I do appreciate the comment that you made that it's important to maintain the committees and make sure that if there's someone steps down, that you replace that person to keep it alive. I think that's a very important comment. I know that I had a number of questions, and but you answered them as they went along. And I guess one thing, just very simply, you started your first slide with, here are all of the advantages. And so I look at something like if Huntsville downtown, we all take with great pride our Main Street. It is chock-a-block full of buildings that have history and with value. And so if by chance we were to designate a core part of our downtown, what are the immediate benefits of doing that? And again, I remember your first slide, but what are the immediate direct benefits to doing something like that?
Well, a lot depends on the relationship that the owners of properties in that area have with the municipality as a whole, with whether or not those buildings are owned by the businesses that occupy them, or whether the businesses are mostly tenants who are leasing from owners who may not even be in the community. There are a variety of different possibilities. What we have seen when it comes to those sort of traditional main streets, first of all, we always try to emphasize that creating a heritage conservation district or any kind of heritage designation does not stop the flow of time. It does not freeze those properties and say you can't make changes to them ever. All that it does is it gives council a measure of approval authority so that if proposed changes would remove heritage value, council does have the ability to say no to that or to look for an alternative solution, and to encourage changes that enhance heritage value. So sometimes we see situations where property owners haven't necessarily invested very much in their properties in some time, and creating the district helps, even just by itself, to give people a bit of an impetus or a sense of pride to say, maybe we should think about ways that we can spruce the properties up. Maybe we should be thinking about renovations or even just maintenance to the properties to ensure that they have value, or that their heritage value is expressed as thoroughly as it can be. There are incentives that can support that, including heritage grants, which are accessible to designated heritage properties and not to non-designated heritage properties. Right now, there aren't any provincial granting programs, so it's up to the municipality to decide whether it wants to create a granting program A lot of municipalities have done that. There's a mechanism in the Heritage Act itself for grants. Sometimes municipalities do it through a community improvement plan instead. So that would be under the Planning Act. But what we see is that in those communities, and there are quite a few not too far removed from Huntsville in terms of population size, maybe in terms of orientation of the economy to specific kinds of activities, to attracting tourists, things like that. There are a lot of municipalities around the province that have created commercial heritage conservation districts and seen a lot of success working with property owners to make those into real places of pride.
Okay.
It's different when you're talking about residential heritage conservation districts. It's different when you're talking about other types of heritage conservation districts
Right.
because the incentives are different.
Okay.
But for commercial ones, certainly, I would say the immediate advantage is giving a clear focus to everybody in the community to say this is a place where we need to be investing time and money and effort to improve it.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. That's helpful. All right. Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Well, thanks, Your Worship, and thanks, Chris and Andrew. You answered a few questions that I had, and I've jotted down a bunch of notes here. We talk about our built heritage all the time, and we try and ask people to build in traditional manners and try and keep with the landscapes and the areas surrounding the builds. And we discuss about it from a planning approach more than a heritage approach, I think, and we haven't really got any teeth on it yet. So I think you've given me some ideas and suggestions how we can apply this and maybe move forward and have more of an impact with it. We do have CIP and we do have some grants, and we haven't considered tax rebates, I don't think, at this point, but the amount of stuff that's going on here, I think we have to be creative to try and maintain our built heritage for sure. So, but thanks again.
Thank you for that. And we will be having a further discussion tonight on exactly that. So are there any other questions? Okay. You two are off the hook. Thank you. That
Thank you
was,
very much.
Thank you.
again, a lot of information, and I'm sure there's lots of interest, but it really was, a lot of information to take in. So thank you.
You're very welcome. We'll look forward to talking to you in the future.
Okay.
Night.
Night. All right, so we're moving along to our one and only deputation. And we have Katrina, how do I pronounce your last name? Caturcio. Thank you. Katrina Caturcio and Liz Stokes from the Huntsville and Area Historical Society. And there are two others with you. Welcome. Are you all four? I know Lucille. Yep. Yep. And Alan Markle, right. Right. Okay, so Lucille and Alan both have notes in their hands. Is that what you're doing, Alan? That's your job. That's your job. But Lucille, you're taking notes too? Yes. Yes. Diligently watching the reaction, right? Okay. That doesn't surprise me at all. It is. It is. All right, welcome you two.
It seemed simple enough, but so hello, Mayor Alcock and councillors. My name is Katrina Caturcio, and with me is Liz Stokes, and we are here to share how the Huntsville and Area Historical Society is prepared to work together with the town to enhance our cultural tourism through the promotion and preservation of our local built heritage. And I'm very thankful for the ministry's presentation. It actually covered a lot of the more heavy stuff in my presentation, so I can kind of lighten it up a bit and focus more on our directives. So to begin, I wanted to highlight how our work aligns with the town of Huntsville's economic development and strategic plans. I chose a key theme from the economic development that resonated with our cause, which is to reinforce the function of the historic downtown being the cultural heart and soul of the community. And for such an impactful statement, it must be noted that only 2 buildings in our downtown core are currently officially designated as heritage. Others are on the the register of interest, properties of interest, but the town hall and the Forster building are the only 2 that are officially designated and protected. And we know that cultural tourism is a huge draw, but these buildings have to exist for there to be a draw. And there has been a lot of locally accelerated local development, I should say, recently. And we're kind of worried that our important heritage is at risk of being lost. So as you can see from our mission statement, we're all about promoting and preserving history. We think it's essential to our town and community. And the preservation piece, as you saw from the previous presentation, is affected by Bill 23 and its impact on the Ontario Heritage Act. Our municipal register has over 200 properties on it. 12 of those properties are officially designated, and about 188 of those are of interest. And as previously mentioned, the properties of interest will be removed from the list for 5 years after the deadline of January 1st, 2025, and they cannot be re-added for another 5 years. And to designate a property, it has to be on the municipal register. So it's kind of like a catch-22 there. We are very keen to help the town meet these requirements. There are some of the requirements that was mentioned that the municipality needs to fulfill again by this deadline, and we have all the info about that. These are our current designated properties. I wanted to point out just from these 12, some of them are designated for architectural and historical reasons. Historical being maybe a person of interest lived there or built it. And others are strictly historical. As for the municipal register, again, a lot of those buildings are either architecturally, would be designated for architectural reasons or historical reasons, and both. So it doesn't necessarily fall under one category. And often when you have to meet those 2 designation criteria, you can kind of pull from the historical and the architectural perspectives to designate a property. How are we helping? I hope I'm not speaking too quickly. I'm a little nervous. So we have vast amounts of documented history. We have all of the old files from when these properties were initially added to the municipal register. These are currently in binders, so we are working on digitizing those, but we haven't yet begun. Over the past 2 months, we, as the executive in the Historical Society, we've spent about 150 hours, probably more actually, driving around the town and surrounding areas to update this historic register, to figure out which properties are maybe already fallen down, which buildings don't exist anymore, maybe some have been altered beyond historic recognition. So we've been doing that legwork in order to help the town maybe pare down the list a little bit and focus on those properties that are really important to us and to everyone. That being said, there are also properties that we have discovered that aren't currently on the register, so there's a lot of potential out there. Another way that we're helping is that anytime an artifact, if somebody wants to donate an artifact to the Historical Society, we refer them and forward them to the Muskoka Heritage Place. So we don't have a physical building that we work in, so anything that, even photos like documents, histories, they're all, we forward them all to the Muskoka Heritage Place. So that's pretty helpful. And we're also working with schools. Specifically the secondary school, we just recently did a presentation. One of our members created a document with over 800 veterans on it that were from the town and surrounding area. The cenotaph only represents those people who lived in town, like Huntsville proper. So this person in the Historical Society really expanded on that list, and the high school is going to be working with us to add information to that document. And we also promote constantly and preserve our heritage through our brand new website, our social media. We have a walking tour that we print every year for about $2,600, and then we give out to local hotels and tourism kind of information stations. And we have some amazing publications that three of my favorite books, actually, that have a lot of great history about the town. And the walking tour, we're planning actually on creating an app that's coming soon. We are just currently applying for grants and bursaries in order to help fund that. So our requests. Huntsville used to have, as you heard, a municipal heritage committee. It was disbanded, I'm going to say, in 2019. That was the last we kind of could find in the council minutes that it existed. And out of all the 6 municipalities in our district of Muskoka, only Huntsville and Bracebridge don't still have their heritage committees. So we're the only 2 out of the district. So what we would hope that in lieu of a committee, that the town could dedicate a staff member to be responsible for these historic properties, and that we could work with the dedicated staff member to meet these 2025 Ontario Heritage Act deadlines. And we would also like to be notified about any applications, like was mentioned in the previous presentation, to alter the properties. That way, if by chance a property needs to be demolished due to structural issues or something happening, that we could at least go and photograph or document the historic elements that are still remaining. We would also love to renew our recently expired partnership contract with Muskoka Heritage Place. We had open source sharing of photos that we would use for different events and hopefully for our website. So that recently expired, and we would just like to renew it if possible. And we would also love to provide free admission for our members of the Historical Society, even one free member or one free pass to the Muskoka Heritage Place as an incentive to get more people to join the Historical Society and be volunteers to help with this initiative. And the final thing is that we are hoping the town can create some incentives for homeowners to designate. And I contacted all of the municipalities in the district of Muskoka, and there are 3 really great incentives that are currently taking place. The Township of Lake of Bays and Muskoka Lakes, they offer a 40% municipal tax rebate to designated heritage property owners. And the Township of Gravenhurst does something a little different. They have a heritage restoration grant that heritage or designated properties can apply to that's aligned with its CIP. So it just keeps their downtown looking fabulous. And they also have a Built Heritage Award, which is kind of special, I think, which recognizes buildings that are in upstanding condition, heritage buildings. And those buildings do not have to be designated. So in conclusion, the fact is that Bill 23 has placed a very heavy burden on municipalities and puts built heritage at risk. And we want to help you. We are excited to help you. We can't wait to help you. How can we help you? We're committed to working with the town, creating a comprehensive plan to retain as much built heritage as possible. We would like an open relationship to discuss the heritage and share our resources so we can enhance the town's cultural tourism. Thank you.
Wow, that was like, what a contrast.
Bullets coming in.
I have to say, what a contrast. Equally important information. And I suspect there will be a few questions on this one. I certainly have 1 or 2. And Katrina, thank you. That was a lot. And I know you personally have put a lot of time into this.
Definitely, yes.
So trying to distill it into like 8 slides or whatever it is, that's crazy. So are there any questions of our presenter, Katrina? Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald, followed by Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks for coming, and thanks for sharing that with us. I loved your comment about the historic downtown as functional heart and soul. And it means a lot when you drive down a main street and it's still a main street.
Yeah.
It's not a mall, it's not townhouses, it's a main street. Now, there needs to be a mix and there has to be some growth and some change, but I couldn't agree with the preservation more, because if we lose that, we lose a lot of cultural tourism, and we lose a lot of our history and self-worth and why we're here.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know I know we're discussing this later and possibilities of, but it did occur to me that when you're dropping things off at hotels and Airbnbs, and possibly when we go through our wayfinding and signage, we maybe adopt some heritage features and recognition there as well. So that's it. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a quick one, actually. The Medill Church on Medill Road, is it designated? It's not.
Not
eh? Okay,
currently.
thanks. That's it.
But it has another designation, right? Doesn't it have?
It is on the historic register. It is
Right.
one of those 188 properties, and so this is what we hope. to
And
do.
so that's only that. I thought it had another, like it didn't. Wow, it doesn't. And I'm a member at Medill. I should know that. Wow, that's a mind blower.
But that does put that property at risk of not being able to be designated if it's not identified by council and ends up being lost on that list.
Fortunately, in that case, though, the organization that is entrusted with that, they're well aware, and they're rebuilding with heritage in mind. That's their whole purpose. So I'm not as worried about that one as because of that. But I hear what you're saying for sure. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you, ladies, for the presentation. And I love the conciseness that you had. And your enthusiasm is definitely there. My question would be about downtown. And at one time, it was called Historic Downtown Huntsville, and then it became Downtown Huntsville. Did the BIA, and I should know this because I was involved with them for a while, but they never applied to be a designated area, did they? In the time that you know, Liz, that you've been there, that no, it never was. Okay.
It never was.
Yeah.
And the choice of wording of how they sort of put for that core area really doesn't even fall under what normally would be a historic area. It's kind of a very loose sort of wording and thing there.
If I may, Your Worship, just to follow up. So are you saying that the area could be designated?
It could actually very easily be
Okay.
designated as a conservation, like a historic district.
Right, as to what they were speaking of
Yes,
earlier.
and there
Okay,
are a couple of areas in town that actually would be of interest to do it.
right. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Katrina, can you turn your
Oh,
mic
sorry.
off? No, that's okay, because you'll probably have to turn it back on in a minute. We all have to be reminded of that all the time. Councillor Schumacher.
Through you, yes. So just to piggyback off of Councillor Renwick's comments there, you're saying sort of not maybe necessarily the whole downtown, but portions of it would be.
That would be something that everybody would have to get together to look at. Maybe it would be from Center to Brunel. Or maybe you would look a little further beyond that. So it would depend on the criteria that you set out for that particular district that you want to create.
I guess, yeah, I'm thinking specifically of like a corner where right now we're looking at a new restaurant coming in 93, and that's you're shaking your head because you're thinking exactly the same thing I am, and I didn't see it on our list for later on in that conversation. I don't know if it is on one of the 188. It is 93 Main Street. Okay, good to know. Yeah, so like looking at sort of even that whole corner there would maybe, I mean, I know they're not looking at tearing anything down, but how do we protect that and make sure that that outer facade is kept the way?
Katrina.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to mention that I also feel when I drive by, I get a little panicky. But I think that you could create a historic district that even included the Anglican Church, because it is a really prominent feature. Like it could go all the way around. There are a few buildings on River Street as well. It could even include the bridge, which is also a really important. Yeah, so it's up to council
Right.
and
I
whoever.
think the
is
swing
partnering with.
bridge is pretty important.
Yeah.
So, did you have a follow-up? No, okay, great. I quickly, you said in your requests are in lieu of a committee. So, is your preference in lieu of a committee, or is your preference establishing a committee?
I think we're happy with either. Establishing a committee would be really great.
Okay,
We didn't know if it was a possibility or not, so we wanted to make sure that we had provisions in case it wasn't.
that's a good to know for sure. Okay, no, I think so. Councillor Morrison.
And just quickly through your worship, Katrina, I know we had a chat, Katrina. I think I'd like you to maybe highlight just how popular that walking tour is, because we are a tourist town and we start to lose these historical buildings. It's a really slippery slope. But you mentioned it's hugely popular for tourists, right, in our town?
It is. I have never, Alan would know better how many people are using, like, the walking tour. They're disappearing. Alan's the distributor. There's that one, and then we have another. I didn't bring it with me, but it's beautiful. And when I first joined the Historical Society, I was thinking, wouldn't it be great to have an app that when you step into that location, it tells you, and I know they exist actually, it was quoted, I think, around $200, because the city of Aurelia has a similar app. And so it would just be a matter of taking that information and putting it into the app. So but yeah, it is. I know that whenever I travel, that's the first thing I look for is there isn't a lot in terms of, yeah, that kind of cultural tourism in our town. So I think it would be a great addition.
Thank you for that question. Thank you for that answer. And Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, and thank you for letting me speak twice. I got all excited about it because I believe in Toronto, one of the downtown BIAs in Toronto, they had an app where you could actually project your camera or your phone to the building, and it would actually show you what it looked like 100 years ago. So you're standing in the exact same spot, but you're looking at the Eaton Center then, and then looking at what it looks like now. So
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
awesome to do.
That's neat. That's really neat. Okay, you two. I don't see any other. I don't think so. I'm not missing anybody. Thank you. And as you see on the agenda, we do have a report from Director Maxwell. And and also at the very end, under new business, there's another space for reference to your deputation. So somehow, anyway, we're coming back to it. Thank you both. That was great. All right, I'm wondering if I should call just a quick 10-minute bio break. I think it's been fairly long. I'd like to do that. Thank you. Here he is. So, welcome back, everybody. We're about to start the rest of the meeting. And we are now moving to reports from committees. And I should be reading my notes that have been so nicely prepared. Starting with a report from the Downtown Huntsville BIA, minutes from February 15th, 2024. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship.
to report.
So that report before you is for information, but I would like to update you on just a couple of things. The BIA has started their strategic planning sessions, and we started last Thursday. Very successful. They're continuing on through the month of April, and we have a lovely lady who is from the BIA world. She's been in the world for 20 years. She understands BIAs and the relationship between BIAs and municipalities in town, so it's wonderful. They also wanted me to just to share with you that plans are underway for the street or the summer market, and that's it's in August, but they are planning for it now, and it will be one of the first road closures that the BIA will do. So I just wanted to bring that one forward. And just to let you know that the wreaths are coming down on Wednesday, but I believe the lights are staying up, and then the benches will be coming out a little bit later on once the streets get swept. So BIAs are all about beautification, so it's good.
That's great. That's a nice update. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Nope. Okay, we'll move to the second report, 7.1.2 Huntsville Lake of Bays Chamber of Commerce update. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you very much. So the Chamber of Commerce, they are also preparing for a couple of events that are coming up shortly, the Maple Fest in April, and then also the Beer Fest in May, so lots of preparation for that. They are also undertaking a strategic plan, but have not set the dates quite yet, but that's coming as well. And with their new ED, the new director, they're really looking at changes for the Chamber of Commerce and where they're going, so it's nice to see.
That's great. Again, thank you for the update, and I'm not surprised they're looking at that with the new ED in there. I mean, Kelly was in there for a long time. How long?
Kelly was there for 20 years.
20 years,
Yep.
wow.
Yep.
So no wonder.
Yep.
Interesting times there. So moving to 7.1.3 Municipal Accommodation Tourism Tax Update. Councillor Morrison, anything to add there?
Thank you, Worship. And thankfully now we get Kelly for the next 20 years, I hope. She would kill me for saying that, but Kelly is working really hard right now. I will say Kelly and her team, as well as the town staff, have worked really hard on getting the TPA to the finish line, and we are really, really close. So that's coming together. We have a meeting tomorrow where we're discussing some significant financial asks, so that'll be a really good meeting. And other than that, we're still just working on our criteria for funding, and that should be nailed down fairly soon as well. Otherwise, it's status quo.
Okay, that's great. When you say TPA, you mean the Transfer Payment Agreement, right? Okay. Are there any questions? Thank you for the update. That's great. And we are moving. We're moving right along now. Okay, now we are moving to reports from municipal officers. And the first one is 8.1, and Director Maxwell is joining us with respect to report number development-2024-12 regarding the Built Heritage Update. And I do have a motion that is the first of two, but I'm going to only read one right now. And the first one is, it has been moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate a plaque program for properties on the Heritage Register and report back on potential costs and funding sources. And with that, I won't get to the second motion until after Director Maxwell's presentation. Over to you, Kristen.
Thank you. It's all heritage all night tonight, apparently. The provincial guys did a really great job doing an overview, high-level overview of some of the changes that have happened, and as well, Katrina and her group have put a lot of work into our existing list. Really, this report focuses on the lists that are on the of interest registry. So right now, currently, the only protection for those properties is that the town can refuse demolition. We get 60 days as a municipality to issue approval to demolish or not. But any other changes to the property, be it interior renovations, exterior renovations, complete additions, nothing else is protected at this point. So that list is 188 properties. All of the information as to why they were considered important at the time that LACAC created them lives at the library. And staff really don't have any digital access to any of it. So we physically would have to go over there and look through everything, which is where Katrina's group has been offering their assistance to figure out what the value of the properties are. Because some of the issues we have is we don't know if some of them have been demolished even, because the provisions for listing them on the list officially were only recognized in the last 10 or 15 years. So there could have been things happening before that that the town wasn't aware of. So ultimately, at this point, we don't have any specific resources allocated to doing anything with the properties other than ensuring that if they're coming forward for any kind of building permits, that we're checking to see if it's demolition permit, and then holding up that process a little bit like we did with the Medill Church in the fall. So at this time, I had suggested that we could look at a plaque program. LACAC did do plaques, and I don't actually know what year they were put out, but they do have some. A lot of the buildings still have the plaques on them, in the downtown core at least. So happy to talk about anything, answer any questions I can.
Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you, Kristen. So you're proposing that we look at the 188 properties to put some kind of designation, maybe a plaque on them, because the other 12 already have the plaques, correct?
I think actually of the 188, there's a number that have the plaques, at least in the downtown core as well.
Oh, okay, yep.
Can I read the motion now? Okay, so I do have another motion, and let me read it and I'll explain. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that report development -2024-12 built heritage update be tabled. And the thinking around this is that because of the way we do this, under new business, a council discussion regarding the deputation. And I think that plus we had our training session. So at that point, I think we could have a more fulsome discussion given the new information, rather than drilling down on the recommendation that was before us around specifically the plaques. And so the plaque recommendation could be part of a larger discussion given the asks that we have from our deputation. Does that make sense to everybody? So, Councillor Morrison, do you want to wait until later? Okay. All right. I did read that motion, so I need to ask. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. It's a bit convoluted, but there we go. Okay. Thank you. All right. So this is a very long motion, but I'll hurry. Right. Only one page. We're moving to item 8.2, and we have been joined by our fire chief. And before you start, sir, I have a motion moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Cloutier, whereas there has been growing recognition of the importance of mental health support for emergency services personnel, including firefighters. And whereas trauma support dogs have been identified as a way to support the mental well-being and resilience of firefighters. And whereas the definition of a service animal in the town's control and licensing of dogs bylaw does not include mental health. And whereas the town's control and licensing of dogs bylaw does not permit dogs in a town facility used by the public. Now therefore be it resolved that council approve entering into an agreement for trauma support dog services for the purpose of supporting firefighter and staff health and wellness. And further that the agreement be completed to the satisfaction of the fire chief and the chief administrative officer. And further that council authorizes the fire chief to sign said agreement. And further that, notwithstanding the town's control and licensing of dogs bylaw, a trauma support dog be recognized as a service animal for the Huntsville Lake of Bays Fire Department. And further that the definition of service animal under the town's control and licensing of dogs bylaw be amended to include certified trauma support dogs. That's that. Over to you, Fire Chief.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So that was, so it is obviously I've got the report in front of you. it is a growing concern for us, obviously for first responders and staff when it comes to mental health. And we do have a program in place with peer support team, and we have chaplains, we have members, but we just wanted to add one more addition to our team, and the opportunity came forward, and we thought it would be a great addition. So I'm open for questions. I'm sure there may be or there may not be, but feel free to ask.
Okay, I look at all of the hands that are flying up in the air. I'm going to Deputy Mayor Armour, followed by Councillor Fitzgerald. I think that's the right order.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Gary. Great report. I'm 100% behind this. I know that the local Muskoka Paramedic Services already have a dog like this for their paramedics, and I think this is a great addition to the department. And anything we can do for mental health is got my thumbs up. So great job.
Thank you.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Chief Moynihan. Obviously, you've discussed this with other services that have put this into place and realized the benefits to the people that are involved. And so good for you to take the initiative and make this happen for your people. I fully support it.
Thank you.
And I was lucky enough to see a picture of this dog. Oh my, it is,
What's her?
it's amazing.
Her name is Ember. She's a little under the weather today, so she unfortunately she has a cone around her head, so she wouldn't. And if you brought her to council, she'd be bored right now, unfortunately.
she'd
So
be really bored.
we'd
She'd
be
be-
chasing her around. So no, but what we are planning is we're planning a day to bring Ember in to meet the mayor and council, and yeah, we'll have it scheduled so that she's available.
So cute. Oh my God. Just can't stand it. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And that would be my comment to that. Where is she? You know, and so where is she is one thing. What does she look like? But the other thing, and I am 100% in favor of this as well. I think anything to support, you know, the great men and women that work for our department. But it's almost like when you're a kid and you bring home a puppy and then you say, please, can I have it and keep it before you even know you have. So you've already got the dog. So it's
through-
like, it's
let me-
really,
so-
you're really challenging us to say no to this, Chief.
Through you, Mayor, that's why I didn't bring her, because I mean that would be unfair. But to be honest with you, as you know, with the Lake of Bays, we took that to Lake of Bays. We couldn't pass up the free training and the free dog at the time, and we'd have to wait another 6 to 9 months for it to happen again. So our handler, basically, if the council didn't agree to it, which was fine, it's her dog, and she would go to Bracebridge or Gravenhurst, and that would be a no, I would think. I mean, we want that dog here, so not that she would leave and go there, but she would be, you know, I think that's what she wants to do, is have the dog as a trauma support dog. So, yeah, so that's why we brought it here.
Thank you for that. I think it's a fantastic initiative, and she can't go anywhere else.
I didn't think so.
Just saying. I'm only one vote. So there we go. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just one more question, Gary. Once the dog's fully trained and in service, would it be able to go to other departments within the town and just bring their mental health levels down too? Like,
Yeah, so once it's certified, it can get what we call go into the public. So it can go to schools, it can go to the vulnerable occupancies, go to long-term care homes, all that kind of stuff. It's just the certification, I think, starts when she's 6 months. So right now she's in training, and she'll have a vest and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, little Ember, yeah.
I don't see any other questions, so I will call the question. All those in favor? I think that's unanimous.
Okay,
Thank you
for
so
that.
much for the report. To bylaws, I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that the following bylaw numbers be reported and passed this 25th day of March 2024. 9.1, bylaw 2024-25, amendment to bylaw 89 to 93 to regulate and control traffic, 9.2, bylaw 2024-26, ball 47 Europe Lane, original Shore Road allowance closure, 9.3, bylaw 2024-27, BD, 4063 Ravenscliff Road, original Shore Road allowance closure, 9.4, bylaw 2024-28, Row and C Holdings, 93 Main Street East, road allowance closure, 9.5, bylaw 2024-29, 218-7644 Ontario Limited, 135 Pinewood Drive, original Shore Road allowance closure, 9.6, bylaw 2024-30, Ancona 252 Hawks Road, original Shore Road allowance closure, 9.7, bylaw 2024-31, District of Muskoka, 125 Ripple Lane, original road allowance closure, 9.8, bylaw 2024-32, 1 JIB agreement. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries. All right, now we are to new business. And this is when our first item is council discussion around the deputation that we had earlier. And we have a proposed motion that I will put on the floor. It has been moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that staff be directed to bring back a report with options to address the requests as outlined in the presentation provided by the Huntsville and Area Historical Society, as well as the potential to establish a municipal heritage committee. Are there questions or comments with respect? Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yes, Your Worship. I decided not to get it on the floor and have the discussion, as I'm sure Councillor Renwick did. It seems to me that there's probably some properties on the list that are no longer there or maybe don't meet the criteria of being on the list. I think we're at a critical point in our community where we need to protect more of our built heritage. And I think that we need to figure out a way to provide some resources to either the town undertakes it or we work with the Area Historical Society. How do we find some funding to make this happen and get this list before our January 1st deadline? Because, you know, I was outside and I was talking with Lucille and I looked over at the church and the churches should be designated, every single one of them. You know, especially in the environment now where there's churches that have financial difficulties. So someone could come in and buy a church for very little money and do whatever they want with it. So I think we'd be remiss if we didn't, first of all, seriously look at that list and come up with things that we want to designate right away. But again, I think it's finding the resources to make sure the list is good and that we have everything and the information accurate on the list before we think about plaques. But I think the focus is more about preserving the heritage and do we need to designate more things before the January 1st deadline. And we need to take that seriously.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm nodding my head. I'm in agreement. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Your Worship. Because we're at the end of March and this won't be ratified until the end of April, that doesn't give us much time, really. Oh, council, right? Sorry, my mistake. So we can ratify it right now. So all we're really doing, though, is sending staff away for a report.
Unless you want to amend the wording and just go, oh, I can see I spoke too soon. Whoa. Okay. I think the clerk would like to respond to that.
If I can just speak to that regarding, so if you're doing a heritage committee, if that's what you're talking about, it has to be done by bylaw regardless. So we still have to have that report come back with that for the bylaw. It has to have a terms of reference, everything that Andrew and the other Chris outlined. So that's still the delay regardless.
So if I may, before I get to you, Councillor Fitzgerald, if there was some thought around the table that that is a direction we'd like to go, if there's some thought around the table that time is of the essence, as you say, we have to prepare a bylaw, but we also have to think of terms of reference, and all of the things that we heard earlier need to go into the creation of the committee. Could we not be preparing to do that while we're preparing? So it's kind of getting closer to being established in quickly. I'm looking at you.
So the report would have to come back with the terms of reference. That would be at general committee. We're talking April. Then the bylaw wouldn't be ratified till May. So that's where we're sitting.
So, and there isn't any other, okay, Councillor Fitzgerald, you look like you'd like to.
I'm not 100% sure that we need a committee. Can be a decision of council and be ratified by council. Do we need a committee? I think everyone around this table has a vested interest in what's going to happen here. If we segregate it into a committee and create more time delay, it's coming to council to get ratified anyway. Just because that's their ideal model doesn't mean that's the model we have to follow. And I don't know that for sure, and I'm not sure the clerk does either. But it seems to me that it's a motion of council and ratified by council, any of these decisions. So I think we need to determine whether that's the route we go, rather than form a committee and everything gets held up by another 30 days. So that doesn't seem to make any sense to me.
Okay, I hear you, and I think you're quite right. So, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Worship. And through you, I tend to agree with Councillor Fitzgerald. I still think a committee might be a good long-term plan, and I think that's good and it should be in existence for the rest of time, but that doesn't help us with what's currently on the table, because January 2025 is going to come pretty fast. So I think, I don't know the best plan through Director Kalea, what would be the best way to get things moving, but I know that the folks that have done the work on this know what it's going to take to get us there, and I don't know how many of those 188 properties need to be moved to designated properties, but I'm sure there's a bunch of them and there's a process, right?
So if I may respond to that, because in the deputation, there was that slide with the specific asks. And in that, short of a committee, it's basically saying, would council agree to provide the support that you would get if you had a committee? For example, having someone there to organize and take minutes and do all of that, having someone from staff who would participate in where liaison is important, because we know that Katrina's out there working. I know this, you are too, but I think there's a whole lot happening, and making that connection. So it's short, to your words, it's short of having a committee, but it's basically saying we need everything that supports a committee in order to meet the urgency, if I think that's what I'm hearing. So now I'm okay, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks again, Your Worship, for allowing me to speak. So having chaired that committee, I think the committee was good from a learning perspective, and we went through and it was training previously, and it made everyone aware of what was going on. But I think the real magic that happened there was with our manager of arts, culture, and heritage that worked with the Area Historical Society that made it all happen. I don't think the committee had a real impact and hands-on role in that dynamic of information and designation. So I think it's about appointing some staff time rather than a committee, and maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I feel. It's probably our best way.
And if I may, on that committee, I sat on it too. I can't remember, did we have citizen participation on that? We did. Were you on that, Liz? No. Before that, okay. Okay. Okay, I'm hearing that for sure. And Deputy, no? Okay. So I guess what I'm hearing, and I haven't heard from other people around the table to see where support is. Director Maxwell, did you have something you wanted to add before I do one of my weird things?
Thank you, Mayor. I've heard the concern about the timing, and I do recognize that it seems like there's a need for urgency. However, of the 188 properties right now that aren't fully protected, they're only able to be protected from demolition currently. And we've only had one application, and it wasn't really a demolition. It was sort of demolishing the Medill Church in the last 8-9 years that I'm aware of. So it's not like all 188 parcels that maybe still exist in their current form will all be coming in to get a demolition permit in the next 6 months. So I don't see that being the urgency necessarily. It's more confirming what is of value with those properties and maybe whittling the list down or investigating the list a bit more to make sure that what we're trying to preserve is actually going to be preserved by designating. But there's also so much public consultation that will have to go into that, because of the 188 properties, I believe the majority are in private ownership outside of the churches. So then what does that mean to those property owners to convince them they want to designate, and on and on and on. So that's why I think there is a bit of work that has to go into this before we can just appoint. And the last thing I would mention as well is that a heritage committee can only exist under that section of the Heritage Act, and that's why we need a bylaw. So just to clarify.
And that is all very, very helpful. It kind of takes me back when I was thinking about this earlier, that the reason why I like the idea of the committee, I sat on the other one too, and I felt like it wasn't as active in some ways. And I think that this raises the profile again because of some urgency, but also the idea of a core group of people that are doing a lot of work, might explore the idea of designating part of our main street or other things. When Councillor Schumacher raised, what about the bridge and or the corner of Brunel, that whole area. And I feel like that's the kind of conversation that should be happening. And if we designated a committee, and I know when I say that, that sounds like we're sort of going like this, and that's not the way I see it. It's a place where we actually could, in fact, have those conversations. And if that committee, once it's established, says, wait a minute, we've identified 2 properties, huge priority, there's nothing stopping from that. Maybe that's the first item, that what's immediate? What do we need to deal with right away? So that's the way I see it. I still like the idea of the committee. So, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Your Worship. And I don't disagree with you. And I guess my fear is that if we don't designate some of the properties and determine which properties should be removed from the list, we're giving those properties that aren't designated a 5-year window to be demolished with no recourse. So that's my interpretation of the OREGs. And if I'm wrong, I don't believe I am. So that's something where we have a 5-year window that anything can happen with any of those properties that are on the list that are not designated. So I think that's of great concern to us.
Okay, so maybe it could be 2-step. Maybe there's a first step where we originally, yes, Councillor Stone, do you have an answer for this?
Well, I'll run it up the flagpole, see if anybody salutes. So I'm not in favor of a committee. It's very cumbersome and labor intensive for staff, and I don't think that's the right way to go. Perhaps we can simply have a motion that asks staff to work with the Huntsville Art Society and report back to General Committee on some action items.
Could we add in that having a liaison with one of our councillors? Sure. I think that would be good. I'm looking at Councillor Renwick because Councillor Renwick has, and well, actually, no. If can we appoint as part of that 2 of our councillors because of the previous experience of Councillor Fitzgerald to be part of that? Okay, see, we're making this up, and the clerk just gave me big eyeballs. Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I really appreciate the discussion that's happening. I hear what Councillor Stone is saying about committees at times can become large and inflated and just cumbersome, but the description that you just gave of having, like, the amount of work that this organization has already done, I think will, it's almost like they're a committee of themselves, of their own. So I think just by adding perhaps one staff person and maybe one or two, maybe one counselor to assist with it, but let them do the bulk of the work. I think a lot of the work is already done. So if that takes us back to what Director Kalea said about how long it'll take for this to be ratified if we decide, could it be a modified council, a modified committee? Is there such a thing? Like, can we create our own style of committee? Is that, I guess, what I'm saying?
Could we do that, Counselor? Or Counselor? Oh, I bet you. No, don't.
If I understand you correctly, Councillor Renwick, you still want to have a heritage committee?
A nimble.
A
When-
nimble modified, it's a bylaw that we have to create.
Yes,
Yes. So could the bylaw not state that the conditions of that committee are as follows?
You'll have a terms of reference.
Terms of- yeah.
I believe, and Director Maxwell can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the access, you have to have at least 5 members on the committee. At least 5 members.
Yes, that's fine. It is. That's what they said, minimum 5. So if I may on that, I hear what you're saying about nimble, and I actually think all 3 of the 3 committees that we had for the first year, I think they were relatively nimble. I'm just saying. Councillor Stone, you don't think your committee was nimble?
Nimble? No.
Okay.
I wouldn't use that as.
Oh, Councillor Clark.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Alcock. So just a couple of, I honestly, I agree a lot with what Councillor Morrison said. I think that we really need to deal with the things that need to be dealt with fairly immediately, which would be the designations, because we understand, like Councillor Fitzgerald says, there's a timeline where we have to deal with those, the 5-year window where they can't be added on again. I do think that a committee could play a part, but maybe down the road, not at first, while we deal with the timeline that we're on. But I do think a committee could play a part at some point. But I think it's more important to get the things done that need to be done now than to worry about running a committee.
Yes, you may. Thank you for that, Councillor Clark. And it seems to me that Councillor Stone's recommendation is not far off, because it's. Would you like to follow up on that, Councillor Fitzgerald?
Why don't we do some homework on the list, the 188 properties of our own volition? We don't need to pay a consultant. We don't need to do anything. It
Okay.
makes the most sense. 1 meeting.
Okay, we need a timeline on that.
Yeah. So do you need a month to drive around and look at 188 properties? 2 months? And how much time does society need to gather information? It is.
See,
I'm familiar with all the
while I
properties,
think
most of them.
I feel like I'm losing something here. I'm losing control.
Councillor Cloutier.
Councillor Cloutier, 1 sec, if just 1 sec. It would still be important with that suggestion that we access the resources that we know are sitting right there. And so somehow that would be neat. My thing is, I like organization, and somehow I like to see things sort of, there's a process for something. So, Katrina and Liz, we're all going to sort of casually contact them, and they're going to have to, there are 9 of us. So are we doing that together, or it's an interesting suggestion. I need to,
Can I just follow up?
I'm a bit rigid, so
He was
you
gonna
can
let me
follow up. Is he letting you follow up?
He is, what he loves.
Okay.
We've done nothing with the process and organization for 10 years that I've been here. So, and now we have a deadline in front of us. So,
Right. So
actions speak louder than words. And so I think with the resources and a couple of meetings and us doing our due diligence, we're representing people that put us here and making those decisions.
Okay, appreciate that. Councillor Cloutier, but our after you, our CAO would like to chime in.
Thank you. We have the 188 properties. probably 50% of them won't fall under because they're disrepair, vacant lots. So that's what we have to find out first, as has been put out. But we all of a sudden can't take one of our staff and let them drive around for a month and to do this. So if we have a member of the staff helping the society.
As the request was.
Yes, but as identified, and then we can still, once they get the report, bring it all back to council, and then we can, as Mr. Fitzgerald said, has said that we can go through them in a very simple manner and get rid of it, rather than, I don't agree with creating another full committee, but if we have to put a counselor attached to it, okay, then we do.
I think we're okay and much appreciated. And I think what I'm hearing, okay, not a lot of support for a committee right now for all of the reasons that have been talked about, maybe in the long term. But there is some support for moving forward, similar to what Councillor Stone suggested. And our CAO is going to jump in and wrap all of this up nicely.
Thank you, Your Worship. Such high expectations. I was trying to summarize everything that has been discussed, and just through communication with Director Maxwell, wanting to confirm if there's a specific process that we need to follow in order for it to be recognized through the Act. I'm just a little bit worried that there's a specific process. So I'm actually going to defer to Director Maxwell to just touch base on process, and if you think what we're hearing tonight will meet that requirement.
Director Maxwell.
Thank you for that. I don't think I know specifically, and I will follow up with the ministry gentleman to confirm. However, I'm not sure that the protections that council may think are going to be in place will be in place unless we go through the full designation process for any of the properties. And whether or not a heritage committee is required, an official heritage committee is required in any sense or not, in order to make that a smoother or easier process. That would be my one just caution with the way the discussion is going. However, if council wants to pursue designating properties, I think that we need to come up with a framework as to how we could do that, and a checklist and everything. And I love that the Historical Society is willing to do a lot of that work, background work, because staff don't have the capacity currently in order to do all of that as well. The only other thing I was thinking about during the discussion is that although the properties on the list expires as of January 1st, and council will no longer be able to prevent their demolition necessarily. However, there's nothing that prevents us from designating any of those properties over the next 5 years either. So a lot of municipalities, I think Ottawa is one, have been taking 5 and 6 and 8 properties to every regular meeting to designate them as they've been going through, because they have hundreds and hundreds of properties on their lists. So they're making a really concerted effort and trying really hard to get all of this work done. But they're also in a different situation where so many people are not wanting, and they're more combative designations as well, so they're trying to force them through. But I don't know if that helps.
It helps a bit. I thought I heard that if you don't and that you lose the list, that you can't revisit it for 5 years.
So
what does that?
They can't go back on the of interest list for 5 years.
But we can
you can still
certainly
designate
jump
them.
forward and
Yes.
designate.
Yeah.
So it goes back to the idea, okay, I need some wording, and I'm going to Councillor Schumacher, followed by Deputy Mayor Armour. And I've had several suggestions. And Fitzmaurice, I thought that was an inside joke, but
Your Worship, if I just
you
just to
may.
follow, I know as director was speaking there, the group from the society were shaking their heads no. So could we bring them down to explain that?
Of
part?
course. If there is there something, Katrina,
There just seemed to be a difference of
a
opinion.
difference of okay, Katrina.
Just from my research and from what I understood from the ministry's presentation as well, once a property is removed from the historic register, that includes designated and of interest. So if they're off the register, they can't be put on that municipal register for 5 years.
That's what I thought I
So
heard.
they have to be, you can't designate a property and not have it be on the register, like registering it as a designated property puts it on that list. So
So there's
it's
some,
banned for-
so Director Maxwell would like to jump in.
I think there's a difference in the fact that a non-designated property can't be put on the list, but once it's designated, that's a whole different beast, and that's my understanding. But I can also follow up with the ministry gentleman. So.
Somehow, I feel like I'd like to bring some closure to this because there's a sense around the table that we need to do something. It's important. It was compelling. Your presentation was compelling. That I think it matters to all of us that we maintain the cultural heritage of our community. There are ways of doing it. So we seem to be a little stuck on how to move forward. You've made some suggestions. There's been another suggestion that whether or not a committee or a working group or liaison or something. So I feel like I would like to have something come back reasonably quickly to say, this is what we can do to move forward. Deputy Mayor Armour, are you about to answer how that's going to happen?
Absolutely, Your Worship. I think you should just reread the motion because I think that's exactly what it says.
Okay, thank you. And that's okay. And the CAO concurs. I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald, or Fitzmaurice, one or the other. I think from now on, I'm calling you Fitzmaurice. Be it resolved that staff be directed to bring back a report with options to address the requests as outlined in the presentation provided by the Huntsville and Area Historical Society, as well as the potential to establish a municipal heritage committee. So to me, that sounds like it captures what we've talked about. We understand there's urgency. Did I not go back to you,
You didn't go
Councillor?
back to me, and that's
Oh,
exactly what
I'm
I was
so-
going to say, is that based on what they were asking,
Yes.
that first part is what it is. I'm still in agreement with the committee because I want to look at the further down the road
Yes.
pieces. We're one community that doesn't have one. There's options that other communities
Yep.
do have. That once we get these on a designated list, what are the options for people? Like when we're looking at, do they get a tax rebate? Do they get so
Incentives.
those things, those incentives need to be down the road, and I think that's where the committee can work on that sort
Agreed.
of piece to help the town on that further to this. The first part reads, let's get it done, what we need to get done, work with them, you know, if that's them reporting to a staff and let's get it done part, and then form the committee to do the after.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. And if I had gone to you earlier, we wouldn't have spent that much time. So
I don't speak often, but when I do,
when
you
you
need to
do, it
listen.
makes sense, and we do need to listen. Okay, we've had enough of this discussion. I have reread this motion. All those in favor? Even Councillor Fitzmaurice. There we go. Thank you. That passes unanimously. And thank you for sticking around. And to our CAO and our director. All right, we are moving right along, aren't we? Okay, that goes there. To item 10.2, I have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Council approve the following amendment to the 2022-26 Council and Committee calendar adopted by Resolution 286-22. And this is a change in a bunch of meeting times. Do I have to read all of those? I don't have to read all of them because they are identical to what were in our council reports, which was published online. Yes, Councillor Schumacher.
So is this saying we're having a general committee on November 11th and 12th?
Yes, they are.
And do we have to start at 9 a.m. or are we going to be taking a break on the 11th to go to?
We can certainly do that.
perfect.
These are budget meetings. And what
need
we
to take a
heard
break
in the
at
last
11
budget
or
was the earlier that council can participate in budget discussions, the better. So we were trying to accommodate that. All right, and we will definitely have a break, no question. Yeah, okay. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So I'm moving to item 10.3, which is the Huntsville Lake of Bays Fire Governance Committee member appointments. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that Resolution 136-23 Huntsville Lake of Bays Fire Governance Committee be amended as follows. Deletion, Section 2, 2 members of the Town of Huntsville Council, Mayor and Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Jason Fitzgerald as alternate. And we're changing it to the addition. Section 2, 2 members of the Town of Huntsville Council, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Jason Fitzgerald, and Mayor Nancy Alcock as alternate. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. You have a comment, I'm sure you do, but we're going to hurry past that one. We're hurrying. Okay, moving right along, and Councillor Fitzmaurice is very happy about that. So, we have next 3 resolutions. So we will start with 10.4, the first one, which is AORS Letter of Support, and I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Stone. Whereas municipal public works departments from across the province of Ontario provide invaluable services to our communities, ensuring the health and safety of all residents. And whereas if it was not for our municipal public works employees from across the province of Ontario maintaining our public road systems, our communities would not be able to function as emergency personnel, could not respond to calls, school buses could not get our children to school, residents would not be able to get to work, school, or appointments, and many more basic functions would not be able to happen. And whereas municipal public works departments are already feeling the impacts of a labor shortage, which will only be exacerbated over the next 3 to 5 years, which will cause levels of service municipalities are able to provide to ensure the health and safety of our residents to decrease. Whereas there is currently no provincial-wide course that properly trains potential municipal public works employees specifically relating to municipal heavy equipment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Town of Huntsville supports the work of the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors to develop a municipal equipment operator course to address this issue. And further, that the Town of Huntsville calls on the Province of Ontario's Ministry of Labour, Training, Immigration and Skilled Trades to fully fund the municipal equipment operator course in 2024 through the Skills Development Fund. And further, that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Minister of Labour, Training, Immigration and Skilled Trades, David Piccini, the Town of Huntsville's Member of Provincial Parliament, Graydon Smith, and the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors. Okay, I was going to ask Deputy Mayor Armour, would you like to speak to this for just 2 seconds, or is it self-explanatory?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. We've already passed it at the EPW at the district, and other municipalities are basically sending the same letter in. They're trying to standardize the training so they can actually have good operators out there to keep the job. So it's pretty standard, and I think we should all vote in favor of it.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, are there any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries all the way around. Okay. I have another one. I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Clark. Whereas the current provincial municipal fiscal arrangements are undermining Ontario's economic prosperity and quality of life, and whereas nearly a third of municipal spending in Ontario is for services in areas of provincial responsibility, and expenditures are outpacing provincial contributions by nearly $4 billion a year. And whereas municipal revenues such as property taxes do not grow with the economy or inflation, and whereas unprecedented population and housing growth will require significant investments in municipal infrastructure, and whereas municipalities are being asked to take on complex health and social challenges like homelessness, supporting asylum seekers, and addressing the mental health and addictions crises. And whereas inflation, rising interest rates, and provincial policy decisions are sharply constraining municipal fiscal capacity, and whereas property taxpayers, including people on fixed incomes and small businesses, can't afford to subsidize income redistribution programs for those most in need, whereas the province can and should invest more in the prosperity of communities, and whereas the municipalities and the provincial government have a strong history of collaboration. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Huntsville calls on the province of Ontario commit to undertaking with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario a comprehensive social and economic prosperity review to promote the stability and sustainability of municipal finances across Ontario. And further, that a copy of this motion be sent to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Minister of Finance, the local member of Provincial Parliament, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario, the Muskoka and Area Indigenous Leadership Table. I just wanted to add that it's really self-explanatory. It's again another one of those things that AMO does traditionally work with the province on exactly these sorts of frameworks, and it's obvious that we are starting to spend in areas that are really traditional provincial responsibility. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, everybody, for that. And finally, with respect to these, we do have a third motion. It has been moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Whereas Councillor Stone is a member of the District of Muskoka Health Services Committee, as well as appointed by Council as the town's representative on the Physician Recruitment Task Force. And whereas Council appointed Councillor Morrison as Council's navigator for community well-being initiatives. And whereas Councillor Stone continues as a member on the HHRTF to advocate and support its important work to recruit physicians for all of Muskoka and area. And whereas, in addition to their appointed roles, Councillor Stone and Councillor Morrison continue to seek opportunities that focus on the town of Huntsville community. And whereas there are currently over 3,000 unattached patients in Huntsville. And whereas there are several physician retirements pending in the next 6 months, adding approximately 3,400 additional patients to the unattached list and further retirements expected in 2 to 3 years. And whereas newly graduated physicians and physicians relocating to Ontario are in short supply and recruitment efforts across the province are highly competitive. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council directs Councillor Stone and Councillor Morrison to work with town staff and local physicians to create an incentive program that includes financial grants and voucher packages, and to report back to Council for final approval. Councillor Stone and Councillor Morrison, I see that Councillor Starn, or perhaps Councillor Stone.
Thank you very much.
Is going to go first.
Very excited about this. So about 3.5 years ago, Dr. Dave Matthews and Councillor Brian Thompson and I sat in my living room and we were talking about the pending crisis or shortage of physicians. And that kind of evolved over a little bit of time to the recruitment task force, which is now in place, and of which I sit on, and the CAO and staff also participate. And we've been working at it for about 2 years now. That work for all of Muskoka and area is immensely important and must continue, in my opinion. About 3 months ago, Councillor Morrison came to me and said, we can do better. We need to concentrate more on Huntsville specifically. And he had a few ideas about talking to local business participation that are eager to help, and the ones he spoke to couldn't get on board fast enough. We realized that money's not enough. We need to embrace any potential physicians and make them love Huntsville and want to stay. So the current need, as you heard in the motion, There's 3,200 patients that are unattached from physician or primary care right now in Huntsville. And there are 3 physicians who are due to retire in the next 6 months. And that will add another 3,400 patients, bringing a total of 6,600 unattached patients in Huntsville. That's over 30% of our population. It would take 9 new physicians to take up that many unattached patients, because new physicians don't have as many patients rostered. So long-term physicians often have 1,000, 1,200 patients each. New ones wouldn't start there. So the target, we recognize that nurse practitioners are primary care providers, but they are paid differently through the province and don't traditionally have as many patients rosters as doctors do, as physicians do. And we recognize that there's a great need for specialized physicians here. But our efforts are to be very specific to bringing family physicians, general practitioners, to Huntsville to take patients off of the unattached list. And I'm going to stop there, and Councillor Morrison is going to talk about what we're thinking about.
Thank you, Councillor Storm, and I'd like to be referred to as Councillor Morris Gerald in the future, please. I'm very excited about this. As you guys who know me know, my brain works in mysterious ways, and I started going down rabbit holes of seeing what was being done in different communities. It was mostly precipitated by my mom being 77 and not having a family doctor for the first time in her life. I think Bob and I agree that having a roof over your head and having food security are probably the 2 most important things. I think pretty close to that is having a family doctor. You know, it's kind of it's a thing that we all need and we all depend on for a whole pile of reasons. So when I approached Bob, I had this idea that funding is definitely something that we have to look at, for sure, because when you look across the province, there are all different funding formulas for bonusing and all these kind of things and incentives. But more importantly than that, I think it's making sure that the doctors coming here feel that the entire community will embrace them, the entire community wants them. And on top of that, I think we're fortunate that we have the best community in Ontario, so we have the natural draw already. So within my realm as the navigator, I did reach out to some businesses to see, hey, if you were ever asked to provide some incentives or some goods or services or whatnot to a prospective doctor coming to our community, would you? And by the time I got to the 6th business, I realized, okay, it's a yes from everybody. Talked to Bob. We started going down the road, and that's when Bob said, okay, this is something that we have to take to council. We can't go any further without direction, which is why we're here now. I need to recognize our current staff, the current task force, as well as the local medical professionals. The work they're doing now is immeasurable. It's huge, but it's competitive and it's really hard. So right now, we haven't given them the tools that could help them be the most successful in filling this gap of what will be over 6,000 patients. So what we're trying to do is picture a big community hug around a potential doctor. It's kind of like a free agent athlete. They could go to any team and get the same money. Why would they choose your team over a different team? So we need to make sure we have stuff like, for instance, a gym membership, you know, a golf membership, ski passes, things like that, that show them, okay, for the first so much time that you're here, we're going to take care of you, make sure you immerse yourself in the community. And I think there's a huge appetite for making that a significant program. And I'm willing to take that on with the help of Lauren and Bob and some other staff. And I think we could bring something really substantial, and it could have an impact on our community for the next 50 to 60 years. So I'm pumped about it. And I just want to make sure I didn't miss any talking points from Councillor Storm here. The contract. Oh, yes, the commitments. This wouldn't be a no strings attached thing. We would want this to be, if we're going to increase our incentive options and increase our recruitment efforts, we would expect a certain commitment back, whether that be a number of rostered patients, whether you're going to be a hospitalist or not, how long you're going to stay in our community. And we're looking into models from all across the province and the country as to what would be best suited. So I think that we can step up our game. And I think that Bob and I are ready for the challenge with Lauren and our staff. And I think we're good to go. But anyway, any questions? We're happy to answer.
Okay, one more thing, councillors.
Coming back to me for a moment, if you would.
Yep.
So one other thing that needs to be mentioned is we need to give consideration to Huntsville natives and learners that are here already. That's what new docs are called, learners. New docs that are already planning. They're already in school. They've already told us, yes, when I'm done, I'm setting up in Huntsville. I think it's really important that we consider them in as far as the package goes, because you give something great to somebody you don't know, and then the people here that are already working towards that end are going, well, that's not fair. So it's reasonable for us to consider that in the whole picture. And before I go to questions, I just want to let you know that there are other municipalities doing this, incentives, mostly financial. So Wasaga Beach is giving $100,000 per physician. Quinte West, also $100,000. Prince Edward County, $10,000 for physician relocation. City of Welland, $100,000. Hastings County, $150,000. Kingston budgets $250,000 a year for incentive programs to bring physicians as part of their budget. Anyway, so with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Good, and I think there will be, we're starting with Councillor Fitzmaurice. I just want to, before we go, what I love about what you've suggested in your list, Councillor Stone, is I think Huntsville can do it slightly differently. We can offer the financial incentive, but I think the idea of all of the other programs, we have this thriving arts and culture community, and there are lots of things there with the festival and Arrowhead Park passes and all of the things that you've already started exploring. So I just want to say big thumbs up. I think that's really cool. Back to Councillor Fitzmaurice.
Thank you, councillors, for your undertaking and your presentation. I know that the Ontario School of Northern Medicine has stated many times that, you know, if you get someone here for 4 years or 5 years, they meet their commitment and they're gone. And your greatest resources are the people that are already here. So how do we not alienate the people that are here, that want to be here and want to stay here? You seem to have it addressed. So, but they're our greatest resource. So let's.
So yes, so for the past few years, I've met with the NOSM students when they're here, and we have had some uptake recently with doctors that have finished their schooling and they're now shopping around. They're looking at 3 or 4 municipalities, and some of those have actually spent time here learning, which is wonderful. So that push is already underway, for sure.
And through you, Mayor Alcock. So very important question. And this is why we want feedback from staff and the people around this table, because the name that's only in my head but has not been approved by any stretch is it's a DRIP program. So the Doctor Retention and Recruitment Incentive Plan. So retention and recruitment, both are important. So as we work through this, we will look at some retention options. There are places that do retention bonuses. Not saying we will. That's the kind of stuff that comes up. So that's honestly on our mind. Any ideas on how we can work with it, please let us know.
Very cool. Okay, I think Councillor Renwick, you were next? Yep, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, was that Councillor Cluche? Okay, I think, all right, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the presentation, both of you. My one concern, actually, I have two, I guess a comment and a concern. The comment would be or maybe it's a question, the money that's coming. Are we looking at having this come from HMATA? Or where is the money coming from? That's my first question. And the second comment, or maybe question 2, is part of this, and I'm not trying to put a damper on any of this, but the fact that a lot of doctors don't stay here because we don't have the housing. So that's I think a portion of this equation that has to be looked at as well, that we have to look at housing and how we can somehow bring that to the table as well, because that's the one thing that's keeping people away. So.
Thank you for that. And I just remind everybody around the table that in the motion, it's referring to work with town staff, local physicians to create an incentive program that includes financial grants and voucher packages. So I'm just as a reminder, but certainly I can see Councillor Stone wants to respond.
So yes, we will be back with where the financing would come from. And yes, we've talked perhaps from the MAT Fund, our portion of the MAT Fund, but there's also another private organization that I've been contacted by that has a big bag of money that wants to do just this. So financially, that's what we're looking at.
Interesting. Councillor Morrison?
Yeah, and I'll speak to the second portion of that with the housing. Yes, we just recently, Lauren McDermott and I met with a doctor, and that doctor then talked to some of her doctor friends in the city and came back with what are their concerns, and number one is housing. Because the cost now of living in the city is not that much different than living up here. So that's first and foremost on mine and Bob's minds, and Director Maxwell, Nancy, Dan, and myself are meeting to talk about more affordable housing action plans. So that these two things have to work in conjunction with each other, but absolutely it has to be addressed, which is sometimes why cities are doing incentives of cash, so they can afford maybe a down payment on a home to help bridge that gap. And I won't get into more, I have some other things that'll address housing specifically, but we're not there yet, but there is some ideas we have yet.
Thank you for that. I think Councillor Cloutier, followed by Councillor Clark.
Thank you. This isn't a real problem just for people moving into our community. I've lived here for 23 years. I've had the same doctor, my wife and I and my family, and we got that beautiful letter last week that our two doctors are retiring. You can't get mad at them. They put in 36 years of tons of hours, tons of service. So, I mean, people can't get mad at doctors retiring. Everybody retires. And a lot of people like to retire at 30 years. They hang in a lot more and work a lot harder. So this is something that's not just put out to new people moving to our town. This is put out to people that live here now. And again, everything goes back. We're recruiting doctors, and we got to get the 100% on that hospital because that'll bring them here. You know, it's, you know, like, you got to have the new services, and that's what they want. The younger people now like new stuff rather than the old stuff. So once we get that, and then it's easier to enhance them. And there is ways of doing things, and there's a lot of big businesses in town that will help bring doctors in without going out of their way and not helping the poor people in the town either also. So there's ways of stretching things out. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and thanks, Councillor Stone and Morrison. This is such an important initiative, and so important that it's successful. And I fully support it. Just a couple comments. 25 to 30 years ago, Huntsville had a recruitment team or committee, maybe not the same degree as now, but there was 25 to 30 years ago. And a lot of the doctors, some of the doctors that we have here today, or some of the doctors that are now retiring, were recruited through that program. And so success was able to happen at a point in time in the past, and it can happen again this time. So it's very important that this initiative that you guys are taking on succeeds. We definitely need to think outside the box as to how we set up this program financially for success, because that's also a key to your initiative, whether that's a MAT tax or other incentives, but that's going to be an important piece as well. And just as we've played a part with helping the Annex Clinic to be successful, we need to do the same with this initiative, because it's so very important. I put this on the same scale as the Annex. The two go, you know, because the Annex is there because we don't have enough doctors. And, you know, we were able to help the Annex along. And so we need to make sure that we are able to do the same with this initiative.
Thank you for that, Councillor Clark. So far, I think the response is kind of positive. Very positive. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Well, without repeating what everybody else has said, coming from a healthcare background, I know how important it is to have good health care in your community, and especially to have family doctors. You lessen the load on your hospitals, and people stay healthy when they know they have a physician. So anything we can do to bring people here is got my vote.
Great. Okay, Councillor Schumacher, did I miss you again?
No, it was okay. I mean, everything pretty much has been said, but I mean, we do have a population that is also aging that may have those conditions that when Dr. Marr came and talked about, those are a lot of the people that they are seeing, right? With diabetes, who constantly need that one-to-one care of a physician coming in. And so those are sort of the people that I am thinking of, that whether they've been here new or they're long-term members of this community really could benefit from this.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. So I think we've heard from everybody around the table, and certainly I'm 100%. I'm very excited that you two are with our staff are working on this with Lauren and whoever else you drag into your circle. This is really important. So I think we've done it. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. More power to you. Thank you for bringing it forward. Okay, we'll quickly go through the next because we do have an in-camera. I had asked just to, under general information, to put this item on, which was the new childcare spaces in Huntsville. Last week, the district sent out a press release that there's a new childcare center on Chaffee Township Road, and it has 39 spaces, 24 preschool age children, 15 toddlers. And because these spaces are part of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Directed Growth Strategy, they are affordable, and which is really, truly exciting. And I just wanted to make sure that, once again, we got that out in the community. I'm sure everybody's heard it by now, though. But one of the other things that was part of that press release, that there is also a commitment for an additional 103 spaces that will be here in Huntsville by the end of 2026. So that's a really important second piece to that they will also be affordable. So the district is starting to roll out they have 336 spaces that they need to be spreading around. And this is the beginning for Huntsville. So pretty exciting news, and I just wanted to make reference to that. And after that, I flipped that too soon. So with that, we're going to our District of Muskoka updates, starting with Health Services. Councillor Stone, is there anything you'd like to? From District, that's what District of Muskoka updates.
From the
District,
council or?
no, District Health Services.
Health Services.
Health Services.
All right. Usually go the other way.
Well, it's the way it's written here.
Wow.
So.
Threw me right off my
I'm
game.
getting a hard time tonight. What is it? Oh my goodness. Right, I love the hockey team. That was the best. All right. Okay,
So
Councillor Storm.
Thank you very much. So we had a deputation from Jody North from MindAid, looking for assistance to purchase and operate a mobile youth wellness hub vehicle. And it's a model that's been done elsewhere in the province. And if they can get it up and running, then the province gives ongoing funding. So, and the work they do is amazing. Healthcare in our hospital systems is non-existent or close to it. And this will reach every part of the district and is truly amazing. We had an extensive report about our long-term care homes, about staffing agency use for our long-term care homes. We're slowly getting a little bit better, using agencies a little less. And we had a closed session regarding exterior cladding, doors, and hardware for Fairburn. And we approved those tenders.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions of Councillor Stone? Okay, seeing none, thank you. And next on my list is Finance and Corporate Services. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. Still the same order for me, just reverse, it's fine. Nothing too excited other than that we're trying to focus on a 2-year budget, which is awesome. And the team down there is working on that, which is great. And if I may, Your Worship, just discuss the joint.
You absolutely
meeting?
may. I
Okay,
was sort of hoping you would.
Okay, good. I'll just
great.
discuss it briefly. You can expand on it if need be. So we had a joint meeting, which was lots of fun. We had Nancy's committee that she chairs, Community and Public Services, and then our Committee of Finance Corporate Services to discuss the potential funding of between $20 to $30 million in housing at the district, which is very exciting. There's a lot of debate on how we're going to spend that. We're going to spend a big chunk of that on social housing, where we're so behind. And we're just looking at how to spend it. So there are 3 components. The framework will be social housing, capacity building, and the MAHIP program. So we're trying to get more money into the MAHIP program. And Huntsville benefits from the MAHIP program a lot because we tend to do more applications than the rest of the district. So that is coming down the pipeline, and there's a lot of debate to happen on that. But other than that, it was fairly straightforward.
Thank you for covering both. That's great. Are there any questions with? That was a very long meeting, that joint meeting. Yep. But it was very important, and it was a huge thing for the district. Big deal for them. All right. So seeing none, as far as questions, I will move along to Engineering and Public Works. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. I'll be quick. We had a consent agenda to begin with, so the Fowler's got a 10-year contract looking after district roads in our area. Again, we talked about the successful advertising program they had for the garbage during Christmas time and how they only had 2 phone calls, so that worked very well for them. We had a speed limit review, and that was for Muskoka Road 5 over in Georgian Bay Township, and it was denied. After they did their study, they figured that 50 kilometers an hour was slow enough for that area. But what we are going to do, we're going to put in bullards down the center and on the sides. It's going to give you that effect of narrowing road. So they're going to run this as a pilot project to see how it works out for the people living in the area, and then they'll report back, which will be great. Yeah, we passed a little bit, a couple changes in the budget for Deerhurst Road and stuff like that. And then the only last thing is April 22nd is Earth Day. And interesting tidbit about that, that's been around since 1970. I didn't have a clue, but anyhow. So April 22nd, there'll be lots of free compost.
That's great. Thank you for that. I love the Bollards pilot project, and I'm wondering if there's a timeline on that so that the results coming back. Was there any sort of?
They're going to get them installed and have them all summer.
Okay.
So it'll be long, and then they're actually removable. So the wintertime, they're not in the way anymore.
Right,
So
okay.
it's going to be interesting to see what they find out.
Yeah, because we might have potential for that in Huntsville, I would think. Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And not to belabor it, but just a question, is that to slow the traffic down? So it's still staying 50, but they're assuming that if they have bollards there, that they're going to slow down. That's the premise?
Yeah, but that stretch of road's fairly straight. So I think people don't drive 50. I think they're probably doing 60 or 70. So the whole idea behind this is to give them that effect of being narrow and keep them down to at least 50 in that area.
If to add, in the city of Ottawa, throughout a bunch of their residential neighborhoods, they actually narrow the intersections in some places, but they also have bollards, and it's really effective. It just slows you right down. And it kind of makes sense because you're going through and not in this case, but in residential neighborhoods, right? So
This is actually very residential.
It is very residential. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I missed that. Don't you say a word, Councillor Fitzmaurice. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No. All right, thank you for that update. And so District Council, we actually didn't have a lot that I would say it is worth reporting as far as District Council, but at Community and Planning Services, there were 2 items that I thought worth mentioning because I'm looking for my note here. Our committee passed the Muskoka Community Energy Emissions Reduction Plan, which has been a work in progress across the district, we at the town of Huntsville have been participating in this plan for a year and a half anyway, and there was a consultant who did the presentation on it, followed by a staff report. But basically, this is our roadmap for decreasing our carbon footprint and how to do it by 2030, and to get us to decreasing it by 50% by 2030 and 80% by 2050. Or, 2050. So it's really ambitious. It's a living document, but there was lots of discussion, and it's truly exciting. It's one of those things to pull all of the governments within the district of Muskoka together and row in the same direction. And there will be a lot of work to do at our level, and we will continue to be part of that. So that was exciting. And then, as Councillor Morrison alluded to earlier, there are changes to the Muskoka Affordable Housing Initiatives program that there are a number of people in the town of Huntsville have for years taken advantage of the MAHIP program, and which is great. There will be we are increasing funding towards this program, as well as putting it towards more multi-residential units, as well as increasing the number of secondary suites and beefing up the incentives for that. So lots of discussion. It's really good, and nothing but positive feedback about that change. Lastly, but least, there was an information item about a proposed new updated plan of subdivision in the town of Huntsville along Haynes and Center Street. And so it was just before our committee for information. There will be a report coming back to committee probably in a couple of months' time with respect to approval of that. So that's all I have for my district update. Any questions around that? Okay, seeing none, we have 11.3 events and updates. Anything there that anybody would like to add? Yes, Councillor Schumacher.
Just one, sorry. On Tuesday, April 2nd is World Autism Day. And HANDS, the Family Help Network, has a number of locations in the Northeast region, but the Bracebridge site will be open on that day from 3:30 to 6:30 p.m. So if anyone does have a child with an autism diagnosis and would like more information, or even maybe how to go about even starting that whole process, there is activities, refreshments, and resources available for anyone in the Muskoka area to go to the Bracebridge site and learn more about autism in the World Autism Day.
Thank you for that. And that, what date was that again? Sorry?
Tuesday, April 2nd, so next
Tuesday,
week.
okay, Tuesday, April
It's
2nd.
World Autism Day, so
That's
in
great.
conjunction with World Autism
Yeah.
Day.
Perfect. That's great. Thank you for that. Are there any other? I don't see any. Okay, so moving right along, I have a motion moved by Councillor Cluche, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public, commencing now at 8:51 p.m. for the purpose of considering the following matters pertaining to the following sections under the Municipal Act 2001. 12.1.2392. E. Litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. And F. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And under that, sub 12.1.1 OPS-2024-9, drainage easement. And next, 12.2.2392. A, the security of the property of the municipality or local board. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And under that, 12.2.1, cybersecurity incident. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That carries. Okay. We don't have, oh, we do. We have one motion arising from closed. I have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that the recommendation contained within confidential report OPS 2024-9 be adopted. Any questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? That carries. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Cluche. Be it resolved that confirmation bylaw number 2024-33 be received and passed this 25th day of March 2024. All those in favor? And that carries. And then finally, I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 9:43 p.m. All those in favor? And that carries.